Chapter 2661. The moment Marquis Tianhen was killed by Chenzong, the God General's ranking opened by the will of the universe had a change. Heavenly Scar Sword Marquis used to be in the 2600th position of the Divine General's ranking. Now, his name had disappeared and was replaced by Chenzong's name. In an instant, all the experts on the God General's ranking received the news. Moreover, Marquis Tianhen's name had disappeared and didn't drop down. This meant one thing: he had been killed. Chenzong's name had replaced Marquis Tianhen's name. He was the one who had killed Marquis Tianhen. Outside the huge dragon turtle, Xiao Shui and the other two who were waiting were stunned. They had all received the news that the God General's ranking had changed. Although the giant rock boundary was an independent small world, it still belonged to the universe. It couldn't stop the will of the universe from entering. He actually killed junior brother Tianhen. Xiao Shui was startled at first, then he flew into a rage. His eyes emitted an incomparably shocking murderous intent, and the murderous aura around his body fluctuated incessantly. However, he did not rush into the giant dragon turtle to seek revenge on Chenzong. Instead, he exploded with his fastest speed and flew away. Xiao Shui didn't lose his mind. He knew very well that Marquis Tianhen's strength was greater than his. Even so, Chenzong had been killed by the will of the universe. This meant that Chenzong didn't use any external force to kill Marquis Tianhen, but relied on his own strength. If he was stronger than Marquis Tianhen, he would naturally be stronger than him. If he rushed in to take revenge, he would most likely be sending himself to death. Therefore, he had to leave as soon as possible and spread the news. Marquis Tianhen could be considered as the strongest disciple of the Wanling sect after breaking through. But now, he was killed. This was a great loss for the Wanling sect. Moreover, Marquis Tianhen's identity was extraordinary. This was no small matter. Within the Wanling sect, Marquis Tianhen's life tablet shattered. "Who is it? Who dares to kill my disciple?" Within the Wanling sect, a terrifying aura exploded. It was incomparably sharp, as if it could pierce through the sky. After Chenzong killed Marquis Tianhen, he took away his storage artifact. The low-grade Dao artifact in his possession was naturally Chenzong's spoils of war. Immediately, Chenzong started searching. Origin. The origin of Giant Rock Realm should be here. Under Chenzong's search, he finally found the origin of the Giant Rock Realm. It was hidden in the deepest part of the giant dragon turtle. Yes, it looked like a small rock dragon tortoise. It was only about 1 meter in size and looked very lifelike. As the origin of the giant rock world, this little dragon turtle was, of course, not a true life form. However, it possessed a certain level of intelligence and wanted to avoid Chenzong. However, Chenzong was too powerful for it to avoid. Not long after, he was captured by Chenzong and refined. As soon as he refined it, the origin energy immediately flowed into Chenzong's body, cleansing Chenzong's body. The Book of God and Demon Sword was constantly circulating and absorbing the origin energy. Chenzong immediately felt his mountain-crushing sword energy and bronze sword body increasing. Refining the origin was to control the giant rock realm. The improvement of the sword energy and bronze sword body was just a side benefit. Although it was just a side benefit, it was more than 10 times more efficient than the stone refining heart. Chenzong could clearly feel his strength increasing with every breath. Not long after, when Chenzong had refined the origin energy, his mountain-crushing sword energy and bronze sword body had reached the pinnacle of lesser success. He was only a step away from a big city. "I'll take this opportunity to break through," Chenzong thought to himself. He immediately took out 2 stone hearts and held them in his left and right hand. He circulated the Fiend God Sword Codex with all his might to absorb the energy within them. The pores all over his body seemed to have opened up as they absorbed the thick earth chi in the surroundings and converted it into his own cultivation energy. Chunzong continued to absorb the energy from the stone heart and earth aura. They condensed and accumulated in his body. Then, when they accumulated to the maximum, they exploded and broke through the bottleneck. It was not as difficult as he had imagined. The bottleneck was broken in an instant and an even more powerful energy surged in his body. Great success! Both the bronze sword body and the mountain-crushing sword energy had reached the great success realm and their power had increased tremendously. Without using the sword energy, he clenched his fist with the strength of his body. The sound of an explosion was suddenly heard, as if something had exploded. It was extremely shocking. Tyrannical. This energy was getting more and more tyrannical. When he circulated the mountain-crushing sword energy, the energy contained in it became more and more powerful. The sharpness was even more shocking. This was an obvious improvement. It was enough to make Chunzong's strength increase by a lot. He did not expect that refining the giant rock world's god's form origin would bring such benefit. It was just a preliminary refinement. If he refined it thoroughly, he might be able to obtain even greater benefit. However, although Chunzong was tempted, he did not act. After all, the most important task of this trip was to master the giant rock world's origin. After mastering it, he had to hand it over. He could turn it in after the preliminary refinement. If he wanted to turn it in after the thorough refinement, he would have to peel it off, and that would hurt himself. The preliminary refinement of the origin meant that the giant rock world was under Chunzong's control. As long as Chunzong left this place and handed over the control of the origin, he would have completed the task and would be able to obtain a great reward. In addition, the mountain-crushing sword energy and bronze sword body had broken through to the great success realm. His strength had increased further and became more tyrannical. It could be said that he had gained a lot. It was time to leave. After charging out of the enormous dragon turtle, Chunzong didn't see anyone else. He went at full speed, and he was much faster than when he'd come. He transformed into a wisp of bronze-colored sword light that became even deeper as he swiftly fled into the distance. In the huge cave, a terrifying sword essence attacked as if it was tearing the heavens and the earth apart. Everyone's expression changed. Then, an extremely brilliant and sharp sword light broke through the air and arrived majestically. The sword essence in the sword light was extremely vast. It was also condensed with an extremely shocking murderous intent. The sword essence was so powerful that it immediately caused everyone's expression to change drastically. They were extremely shocked. An Emperor-level expert. A sword Emperor-level expert came with a trace of deep murderous intent. The 4 Emperor-level experts had already left and returned to their own places. Now, the strongest people here were 6th Realm Emperors. There were a total of 9 of them. They were the Emperors from the 3 Emperor-level forces, the Independent Cultivators Alliance, and the 5 Emperor-level forces. Now, there was actually a 10th Emperor-level expert. It was natural that these 9 Emperors were astonished. It's the sky-splitting Sword Emperor. What is he doing here? While they were puzzled, the sword light had already attacked. It was instantly restrained and a figure appeared. It was an old man with a cold expression. His skinny cheeks made his eyes look even sharper and more shocking. They contained an extremely terrifying sky-splitting sword essence that seemed to tear everything apart. Even the void could not withstand his gaze. The 9 emperors were swept by his gaze. They all felt an astonishingly sharp pressure coming towards them, as if it was going to tear them apart. It was extremely terrifying. Sword Emperor, why are you here? The Emperor-level expert from the Wanren sect was the first to ask. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor was an extremely powerful Emperor-level expert in the Wanren sect. He was considered the 2nd strongest person in the Wanren sect after the Emperor level. He usually stayed in seclusion and focused on studying the way of the sword. If there was nothing special, he would not leave the Wanren sect. Now, not only did he come out, but he also brought with him a shocking murderous intent. Something big must have happened. My disciple is dead. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor was expressionless. His eyes were extremely cold. His tone was as cold as the dead of winter. It made people unconsciously shiver. Your disciple. Everyone was slightly startled. They did not know which disciple the sky-splitting Sword Emperor was talking about, because they all knew that the sky-splitting Sword Emperor had 5 disciples. Immediately, everyone realized that the sky-splitting Sword Emperor was here. Then, the disciple he was talking about should be the 5th disciple, his last disciple. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor was ranked in the top 3,000 on the Divine General list. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor was actually dead? He died in the giant rock boundary? Who killed him? Logically speaking, with the sky-splitting Sword Emperor's strength and trump cards, even if he encountered danger in the giant rock boundary, he shouldn't have been killed. No one knew that Marquis Tianhen was facing Chenzong, and that he had even used his final trump card, a strand of sky-splitter sword energy. That was a powerful force given to him by the sky-splitter sword sovereign. Once it was activated, some of the weaker 4th-level cultivators would be injured or even killed. Luckily, Chenzong still had a drop of the world's suppressing power. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the sky-splitting Sword Emperor. In short, the sky-splitting Sword Emperor knew that the sky-splitting Sword Emperor was dead and rushed over with murderous intent. Waiting quietly. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor's sword aura was extremely shocking. It made people feel extremely pressured. Suddenly, someone appeared from the crack in the giant rock boundary. Everyone immediately looked over. The person who appeared was Xiao Shui of the Thousand Wall sect. The moment Xiao Shui came out, he immediately looked around and saw the Emperor-level experts of the Thousand Wall sect. Then, he saw the sky-splitting Sword Emperor. He was slightly startled at first, then became overjoyed. Sky-splitting Sword Emperor, junior brother Tianheng has been killed, Xiao Shui immediately said. The Thousand Wall sect was a huge force. There were some branches in the sect. The sky-splitting Sword Palace was one of them, and the sky-splitting Sword Emperor was the palace master of the sky-splitting Sword Emperor. If the sky-splitting Sword Palace was separated from the Thousand Wall sect, it was equivalent to a powerful Emperor-level force. Who killed him? The sky-splitting Sword Emperor's tone was very calm. However, such calmness made people even more shocked, because under that calm tone, there was endless anger and murderous intent that was about to explode. Chenzong of the Trade Wind Tower, Xiao Shui said without hesitation. Damn it! The Emperor-level expert of the Trade Wind Tower's expression changed. He immediately contacted the Emperor-level expert of the Trade Wind Tower. Of course, he knew who Chenzong was. No matter what the situation was, he had to protect Chenzong. At that moment, many figures appeared from the crack. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor's gaze was extremely sharp. It was like a sword that could tear everything apart. When one of the figures appeared, Xiao Shui immediately pointed, Sky-splitting Sword Emperor, he is Chenzong. Chapter 2662. It will erupt next week. Wash yourselves clean. Get your monthly tickets ready. Wait for the samsara to pamper you. Chenzong stepped into the crack and appeared outside in the next moment. In an instant, when he heard someone mention his name, an extremely terrifying sword will rush toward him. It was as if an invisible sharp sword was about to cut Chenzong in half, tear him into countless pieces, and slice him into pieces. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. This sword will was countless times more powerful than his. It was on a completely different level. It was like comparing a blind bug to a dragon. Under this terrifying sword will, Chenzong felt that his divine will was like a small boat in a stormy sea that could be smashed to pieces at any time. It was also like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished in an instant. It should be noted that this was the sword will of an emperor-level expert. It was many times more powerful than Chunzong's sword will. The difference between the two was immeasurable because it was not just a difference in quantity, but also a difference in quality. He could not move. Chunzong could not move at all. He was completely confined and could not breathe. It was as if all his strength had disappeared. He became deathly still. Chunzong vaguely saw a sword light that could tear heaven and earth apart. It pierced through endless time and space and came for him in an instant. This sword was going to kill him directly, wipe out his spirit, and extinguish all signs of life. It was too fast. From the moment Xiao Shui pointed out Chunzong to the moment the sky-splitting sword will burst out from the sky-splitting sword will, the entire time was too short. Even if the emperor-level expert from the Trade Wind sect was prepared, it was too late. After all, the sky-splitting sword will did not attack directly. It was too fast and caught him off guard. Even a fourth realm expert would find it difficult to withstand the full power of an emperor-level expert's sword will, let alone Chunzong, who was only at the third realm. His divine will and spirit would definitely be torn apart, and his spirit would be destroyed. He would die. However, although Chunzong could not move, he felt as if his divine will and divine soul were about to be torn apart. Just as Chunzong felt that his spirit was about to be torn apart, a black mark suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. In the void, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. His eyes had double pupils, but they were black and white, black like magic and white like a god, as if they could pierce through endless time and space. Shatter! The moment the pair of black and white eyes opened, the sky-splitting sword intent that had torn apart Chunzong's divine will and was about to tear apart Chunzong's divine soul stopped and then collapsed. Recover! Chunzong felt that he had regained his ability to move. Without any hesitation, he stepped back decisively. Coincidentally, Chunzong had just stepped out of the crack when he was attacked by the sky-splitting sword emperor's sword intent. Now that he took a step back, he was submerged into the crack again. Once he entered the crack, Chunzong returned to the giant rock world. The giant rock world's current strength was limited. The maximum limit was that only third realms could enter. Those above the third realm would not be able to enter. For example, if a fourth realm entered, they would be suppressed and injured directly. If a fifth realm entered, the giant rock world would not be able to withstand it. It would be severely damaged and then collapse. As for a sixth realm, if they forcefully entered, the giant rock world would collapse directly. The giant rock world was a small world. Once it collapsed, the power was extremely terrifying. Even a seventh realm would not be able to survive. Therefore, the sky-splitting sword emperor could not enter the giant rock world at all, because once he entered, the giant rock world would collapse directly. No one present would be able to escape. Everyone would die. Seeing that Chunzong did not die under the impact of his sword intent and had even retreated into the giant rock world, the sky-splitting sword emperor was extremely furious. He immediately drew his sword. With a flash of sword light, a sword light that was only a few meters in size but extremely condensed, as if it was real, instantly slashed through the air. It stretched into an extremely sharp crescent moon, emitting an extremely dazzling light. It directly tore through the void and slashed out, slashing towards the crack. Although this strike was not a great technique, and was only a normal slash, it was still extremely terrifying when used by a peak sword emperor. If Chunzong was slashed into the crack, the result would be that he would be killed directly. The crack would also collapse from the force, which would affect the giant rock world. The giant rock world would be damaged and collapse. It would also lead to extremely severe consequences. Attack! The sword emperor from the Trade Wind Gang finally reacted. He struck out with his palm and immediately deflected the streak of sword light. It passed by the crack and slashed into the extremely tough cave wall, leaving behind a deep sword mark. It was a shocking sight. "You're looking to die," The sky-splitting Sword Emperor's eyes shone with an extremely cold light. He pointed his sword at the Sword Emperor from the Trade Wind Gang. A terrifying sky-splitting sword intent condensed on it. He was about to attack. Stop. Once the giant rock world is affected, everyone will die, the Sword Emperor from the Trade Wind Gang immediately shouted. The other Sword Emperors also reacted. Powerful auras filled the air and directly locked onto and suppressed the sky-splitting Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor, calm down, the Sword Emperor from the Wanren sect hurriedly said. He had no choice. He had to consider his own life. Otherwise, if a battle between Sword Emperors broke out here, it would be very difficult to not affect the entrance to the giant rock world. Once it was affected, it would immediately cause the entrance to become unstable. It might even affect the giant rock world, causing it to crack and collapse. Once it collapsed, they would not be able to escape. Even the Wanyuan Island would suffer a great blow. The auras of 8 Sword Emperors locked onto him. No matter how confident the sky-splitting Sword Emperor was, he knew that he was no match for them. If he attacked again, he would be besieged, which would be very disadvantageous for him. However, the person who dared to kill his last disciple was hiding in the giant rock world. He could not be forgiven. Inside the giant rock world, Chunzong felt a splitting headache. Because his divine intent had been torn apart, he felt as if his brain had been split open. The pain was unbearable. Chenzong's face was pale and cold sweat kept seeping out. Shortly after, there seemed to be wisps of mysterious aura flowing out from the depths of his brain. The wisps were insignificant, but after they flowed out, there was a subtle feeling of coolness. This coolness eased the splitting pain in his brain little by little. However, it would take a long time for the pain to disappear completely. Time passed slowly. Chenzong did not know what was going on outside. Suddenly, someone came in. It was a member of the Trade Wind Tower. Chenzong, the Tower Master is here. He wants you to leave, the disciple said to Chenzong. The Tower Master was the current master of the Trade Wind Tower. He was also the Sword Emperor of the Trade Wind Tower. Of course, there wasn't just one Emperor-level powerhouse in the huge Trade Wind Tower. There were 2 of them. One was the current Tower Master, and the other was the previous Tower Master. However, the previous Tower Master had left the Wanyuan territory a few hundred years ago to seek opportunities in the universe. He wanted to improve himself further. Hearing that the Tower Master had arrived, Chunzong nodded. He walked into the crack again and appeared outside. Outside the crack, a group of Sword Emperors were present. The Sword Emperor who had attacked Chunzong with sword intent was also present. His eyes were filled with extremely cold, killing intent. He stared at Chunzong as if he wanted to tear Chunzong to pieces. However, with the Tower Master of the Trade Wind Tower here, the Sword Emperor could not attack Chunzong in any way. The Tower Master of the Trade Wind Tower was a middle-aged man with a gentle expression. He wore a green robe and looked ordinary. However, he was definitely a Sword Emperor. His strength was extremely terrifying. Chunzong, how are you? Seeing Chunzong's pale face, the Tower Master of the Trade Wind Tower asked first. My divine intent is damaged, Chunzong replied honestly. Everyone's expression immediately changed. Damage to the divine intent was a very serious consequence. Fortunately, it was not impossible to recover, but it would take a long time. You killed Sword Marquis Tianhen? The Tower Master of the Trade Wind Tower nodded and asked again. Chunzong immediately told him what had happened. Of course, he hid the information about the Sword Sharpening Mountain's inheritance. He only said that during the Wanyuan gathering, Sword Marquis Tianhen had failed to compete with him for a treasure. He had also failed to summon people to deal with him. In the end, he had attacked him again in the giant rock world. After being beaten back, he had used the divine form Origin Restoration to increase his strength and tried to kill him again. In the end, he did not succeed. Instead, he was killed by Chun Zong's trump card. This was what had happened. Apart from not revealing the sword-sharpening mountain's inheritance, everything else was true. Sky Splitter Sword Emperor, you have heard the whole story. Do you think you have a reason to seek revenge? The Tower Master of the Trade Wind Tower stared at the Sky Splitter Sword Emperor and asked indifferently. Sword Marquis Tianhen was my last disciple, and also the disciple that I valued the most. Now that he is dead, no matter what the reason is, I must avenge him. The Sky Splitter Sword Emperor did not have the slightest intention of resolving the matter. His eyes stared at Chen Zong, filled with killing intent. He was not afraid because the Tower Master of the Trade Wind Tower would not directly attack him. Otherwise, it would cause a conflict between the Thousand Wall Sect and the Trade Wind Tower. With me here, you will not be able to touch a single hair on Chen Zong. The Tower Master of the Trade Wind Tower's expression slightly darkened. His tone was cold and serious. Unless he stays in the Trade Wind Tower for the rest of his life. The Sky Splitter Sword Emperor was incomparably unyielding as he directly contradicted the Tower Master of the Trade Wind Tower. After that, he glanced at Chen Zong with killing intent and coldly snorted. With a heart full of anger and unwillingness, he turned into a sword light and instantly fled. Now that the matter had come to an end, Chen Zong felt a little helpless. He had been targeted by a terrifying Sword Emperor expert. But there was no other way. If he did not kill Sword Marquis Tianhen, he would attract a lot of trouble. But if he killed Sword Marquis Tianhen, he would also attract a lot of trouble. In the end, there was no way to avoid it. He could only blame himself for being unlucky. Right now, it was better for him to recover his divine intent. As for the rest, he would think about it later. There was always a way out. Even if there was, he would use the sword in his hand to carve out a way out. Then, Chen Zong handed over the control of the origin of the giant rock world. Good boy. The Tower Master of the Trade Wind Tower smiled. Although he could not completely control the giant rock world after obtaining the origin of the giant rock world, the Trade Wind Tower would be able to obtain more benefits from it. I will bring you back first, the Tower Master of the Trade Wind Tower said. Then, he swept up Chen Zong's body and exploded with a shocking speed, flying back to the Trade Wind Tower. As for Chen Zong's injured divine intent, there was no other way but to slowly recover it. Chapter 2663. Wanren Sect, Sky-Sundering Sword Palace. Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor sat on the main seat. Below him, there were 4 figures standing with their bodies bowed. The atmosphere was extremely bleak. Anger and killing intent were faintly spreading. Your junior brother is dead. Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor glanced at the 4 people. Who killed him? The middle-aged man standing on the far right suddenly exploded with a terrifying murderous intent. An astonishing sword will instantly soared into the sky, shattering the vacuum. His aura was incomparably tyrannical. King Realm. He was a top-notch Sword King-level expert. The other 3 also released shocking energy fluctuations and killing intent. Their faces were filled with killing intent. Marquis Tianhen was Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor's last disciple. What did it mean to be a last disciple? He was the last disciple. After that, Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor wouldn't take in any more disciples. Therefore, taking in a last disciple was a very cautious thing. There were all kinds of tests. Among Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor's 5 disciples, Marquis Tianhen's last disciple was the most talented. Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor valued him the most. He was also the one with the most hope to break through to the Sword Emperor realm in the future. After all, even his first disciple was only a King realm expert. He couldn't break through to the Emperor realm. The difference between a King realm expert and an Emperor realm expert was a difference in nature. It was even greater than the difference between the 4th and 5th level. It could be said that the difference between the 5th and 6th level was as obvious as the difference between the earth and the sky. Now, a genius who had the potential to break through to the Emperor realm had died before he could mature. They would naturally feel heartbroken. It's the disciple of the Trade Wind Tower, Chernzong. Sky-sundering Sword Emperor's voice was extremely cold. I took action. However, he might have some life-saving trump card. Only his divine intent was severely injured. Now, he's being escorted back to the Trade Wind Tower by the Master of the Trade Wind Tower. You have to keep an eye on him. If there's a chance, kill him and avenge your junior brother. Yes, Master. If there's a chance, he's dead. Chernzong was being carried back to the Trade Wind Tower by the Master of the Trade Wind Tower. His torn divine intent hadn't recovered yet. Although the pain was lessening, it was still intense. Chernzong's face was pale. He couldn't concentrate. This was because the moment he tried to concentrate, the pain would intensify. Chernzong couldn't do anything about it. This was the result of his divine will being damaged. But when he thought about it, it was fortunate that the mysterious black mark had shown its power. Otherwise, not only would his divine will be damaged, but his spiritual soul would also be torn apart. If he tried to explain himself, he might even be dead. After all, it was a great fortune amidst misfortune. The damage to the divine will was less severe than the damage to the divine soul, so the chances of recovery were higher. For example, right now, Chernzong could feel strands of power emanating from the black mark, repairing his damaged divine decree. He just didn't know how long it would take. After returning to the guild, Chernzong made a great contribution due to his mastery of the Boulder Realm's origin. He was rewarded by the guild as well as some pills to restore the divine intent. However, this kind of pill was relatively rare. After all, this kind of divine medicine was rare to begin with, and the difficulty of refining it was even greater. Therefore, the finished product was even rarer. 100 pills. Chernzong received 100 phaseless golden divine pills. They were pills that directly targeted the divine intent. Their main function was to restore the depleted divine intent. Their secondary function was to repair the damage done to the divine intent. They also had an extremely slight effect of strengthening the divine intent. In this period of time, you should focus on restoring your divine intent, the guild master said to Chernzong, giving him great encouragement. After all, before the divine intent was restored, it wasn't good for cultivation. Yes, Chernzong replied, then returned to his pavilion with the 100 phaseless golden divine pills. He took out a phaseless golden divine pill. This pill was light gold in color, and its light was faintly discernible. It was very mysterious. As soon as the pill entered Chernzong's mouth, it melted. When he swallowed it, it immediately turned into a clear qi. It carried traces of an icy aura as it quickly spread into Chernzong's mind, automatically extending toward the torn divine intent. In an instant, a strange change occurred. As soon as the clear air from the phaseless golden divine pill came into contact with Chernzong's damaged divine intent, the traces of insignificant cool air that had originally spread out from the black mark directly merged with it. The combination of the two directly increased the efficiency of the healing by tenfold. The strong cool air spread, causing Chernzong to feel that the sharp pain in his mind had been reduced by several times. A long-awaited feeling of comfort suddenly spread out. Restore. Accelerate the recovery. Originally, under normal circumstances, the 100 phaseless golden divine pills were actually unable to restore Chernzong's divine intent to its original state. They could only alleviate the pain and restore a part of it. The rest would have to depend on Chernzong's own effort. Unexpectedly, Chernzong had the help of the black mark. Moreover, the effect of the phaseless golden divine pill had been increased tenfold. As a result, the possibility of recovery was even greater. Not long after, the clear air from the phaseless golden divine pill was completely consumed. Chen Zong felt that the cool air had disappeared, and the pain intensified again. However, compared to before, it was much less painful. Every day, Chen Zong stayed in his pavilion to restore his divine intent. Because his divine intent had not been restored, he could not comprehend it. However, this did not hinder Chen Zong from practicing swordsmanship. After all, practicing swordsmanship could be done without using his brain. He could use his body's instincts to wield the sword. What Chen Zong did not know was that under this almost brainless practice of swordsmanship, he had unknowingly entered a strange state. Intentionally or unintentionally, this state caused his swordsmanship to improve little by little. Now, in addition to his own heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship, Chen Zong had mastered more than a dozen great swordsmanship. Although the essence of these great swordsmanship was extracted bit by bit and integrated into his own two great swordsmanship, it did not mean that Chen Zong could not practice them. In fact, in addition to the two superb great swordsmanship, Chen Zong could practice all the other great swordsmanship. The phaseless golden divine pill could not be taken continuously. He could only take 1 pill a day. 100 pills would take 100 days. 100 days was actually not a long time. However, for top geniuses, 100 days was not a short time, especially those with outstanding talent. They were very likely to have a significant improvement in their strength within 100 days. However, Chen Zong did not encounter any mockery or difficulties. After all, it was only his divine intent that was damaged, not his spiritual soul. If his spiritual soul was damaged, it would take many years for him to recover. It might even be difficult to recover. It would directly affect his own potential, which was basically equivalent to being half-crippled. However, if his divine intent was damaged, even without external help, he could slowly recover. It would just take some time. Generally speaking, without external help, it would take about 3 to 5 years. Of course, 3 to 5 years was enough for the top geniuses to widen the gap. However, widening the gap did not mean that they would definitely surpass him. Moreover, Chen Zong's strength was already very strong. Once his divine intent recovered, he would definitely continue to improve. In that case, what ability did they have to mock him? Time flew. Chen Zong had been staying in the Trade Wind restaurant. Firstly, his divine intent was damaged and was in the process of recovery. Secondly, Chen Zong also knew that he had provoked a strong enemy by killing Marquis Tianhen. No, it might not be a strong enemy. If he left the Trade Wind restaurant's territory now, he would most likely be attacked. That kind of attack was most likely not by a 3rd realm cultivator. It might be a 4th or 5th realm cultivator. It might even be the Sky Splitter Sword Sovereign himself. The Sky Splitter Sword Sovereign had already attacked outside the giant rock world. If it was not for the mysterious black mark that saved him and his prompt decision to retreat into the giant rock world, coupled with the fact that the other emperors were worried that the giant rock world would be destroyed and the timely arrival of the Trade Wind restaurant's master, he would probably have lost his life then. The most important thing now was to obediently increase his strength. Time passed slowly. Day after day passed. Chen Zong's divine intent was also gradually recovering. However, because his divine intent had not fully recovered, Chen Zong was not suitable to fight. Therefore, he did not challenge the divine general ranking. However, although Chen Zong did not challenge anyone, the others did. In particular, there was a battle that attracted the most attention. Before the battle started, thousands of experts on the divine general ranking had entered the divine general ranking realm to wait. Because this battle was between the 7th ranked expert on the divine general ranking realm and the 3rd ranked expert. A battle between the top 10 experts on the divine general ranking realm was very rare. Chen Zong was greatly moved and shocked when he witnessed the battle with his own eyes. Strong. Whether it was the 7th or the 3rd ranked expert, they were both very strong and very terrifying. They had both reached the divine image realm. Not only that, they also had the innate saint body. The innate saint body was divided into 4 levels. The first level was the spiritual body. The second level was the imperial body. The third level was the saint body. The fourth level was the divine body. Among them, the innate spiritual body was the most common. The innate king body was rarer. As for the innate saint body, it was extremely rare. It was difficult to find many in the entire universe. As for the innate divine body, it was even rarer. The innate king body was much stronger than the innate spiritual body. The innate saint body was even stronger than the innate king body. As for the innate divine body, it was much stronger than the innate saint body. The battle between the 2 innate saint bodies was very terrifying. That kind of power shocked Chunzong. Chunzong was completely sure that he could not withstand even one move in front of them. It was simply shocking that there were experts at such a level among the third realms. Of course, Chunzong also saw that the Great Path unique techniques they used were at the superstar level at best. They did not exceed this level, but under the enhancement of their innate saint bodies, their power could be said to be extremely terrifying. Chunzong realized that although his current strength was not weak, it was still not strong enough. Compared to the top 10 experts on the divine general ranking realm, he was really weak. Sure enough, those at the top of the divine general ranking realm were all monsters. If the 7th and 3rd ranked experts were so amazing, then what about the 2nd and 1st ranked experts? Although this shocked Chunzong, it did not make Chunzong feel depressed. On the contrary, it further encouraged Chunzong. Improve. He had to continue improving. In the blink of an eye, 100 days had passed. His divine will had also completely recovered with the help of 100 phaseless golden divine pills and the aura of the black mark. Not only did it recover, but it also became more resilient and ushered in a transformation. Chapter 2664. Recently, the 996 working hours have been very controversial. The Dominator of 6 realms wants to say that 996 is nothing. The Dominator of 6 realms working hours are 9127. Chunzong knew that the divine decree was divided into 3 levels. The first level was the most ordinary level, which was also the level that most cultivators were at. The second level was the divine decree's radiance. It was filled with light, which strengthened the divine decree's essence. This was the level that Chunzong was at before he was injured. Relatively few cultivators had reached this level. The third level was more advanced than the divine decree's radiance. Chunzong had worked hard to improve the strength of his divine decree, but it was still difficult for him to break through and transform to the third level. Chunzong did not know when his divine decree could be exchanged for the third level. Perhaps it would be when he broke through to the 4th level or even the 5th level. However, he did not expect that this time it was a blessing in disguise. His divine decree was broken and then rebuilt. First, his divine decree was torn apart by the sky-splitting sword will of the sky-splitting sword emperor. Then, it was slowly repaired by the mysterious aura of the black mark. With the help of the sky-splitting pill, Chunzong's divine decree was first to recover the depleted divine decree, then to repair the damage to the divine decree, and finally to increase the strength of the divine decree. Under the influence of the mysterious aura of the black mark, its efficiency increased tenfold. With the help of 100 sky-splitting pills, Chunzong's divine decree was not only restored to its original state, but also strengthened by a few times. Not only that, but it also ushered in the opportunity for a breakthrough. Destruction and reconstruction. Chunzong felt that the radiance of his divine decree was becoming more and more intense. If it was like moonlight at the beginning, then it was now like the scorching sun. The difference was huge. Immediately, the sun-like radiance began to shrink and converge. The radiance seemed to become less dazzling, but it contained a terrifying power. The third level is the divine decree materialization, Chen Zong thought to himself. He had a sudden epiphany, but he could not interfere at all. He could only let it evolve on its own. The extremely intense radiance of the divine decree converged and compressed. Gradually, it condensed into the outline of a sword shadow, as if it was constantly being carved. Finally, it stabilized. Sword. It was a sword formed from the light of divine will. It was the sword of divine will. The sword of divine intent was Chen Zong's third divine intent. Different cultivators would have different forms of condensation of divine will. Chen Zong was a swordsman, so it was normal for his divine will to take the form of a sword. If he was a broadsword cultivator, his divine will would usually take the form of a broadsword. The divine will was as sharp as a sword. Chen Zong could feel how powerful it was. Furthermore, not only were they powerful, but they also possessed an indestructible strength. If he'd already attained the level of sword-like divine intent when he was attacked by the Sky Splitter Sword Emperor's sword intent, then he might have been able to resist it and wouldn't have been instantly torn apart. Of course, he would not be able to withstand it in the end. After all, the Sky-Splitting Sword Sovereign was a level 6 expert. The level of his sword will was very high. Compared to Chen Zong, who was at the level 3, there was an immeasurable difference. If it had been the impact of a level 4 sword intent, it definitely wouldn't have been able to do anything to Chen Zong's current divine intent. The third level of the divine intent realm, the sword of divine intent. Not only has my divine intent been strengthened further, but its potential has also been expanded. Apart from having a stronger defensive ability, it also has a stronger attack. Chen Zong thought to himself and started to explore. Now, his divine intent had completely recovered. Not only had it recovered, but its strength had also increased by about 50%. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that his divine intent had broken through to the third level. Chen Zong could resume his normal cultivation. His cultivation efficiency was even faster than before. After all, his divine intent had become more powerful. Next, Chen Zong was busy. Cultivation wholeheartedly. As soon as he started cultivating, his efficiency immediately increased by a few times. Mountain-crushing sword energy, bronze sword body, both were constantly improving and pushing towards the perfection realm. Only when both of them reached the limit of the perfection realm would Chen Zong be able to perform divine forms convergence. In addition, Chen Zong was also constantly comprehending swordsmanship. With the experience of practicing swordsmanship unconsciously for 100 days, Chen Zong felt an indescribable wonderful change. Critical point. Chen Zong felt that his heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship had reached a critical point. The limit of Ao Wu was the critical point between Ao Wu and the Great Path unique skill. Once he broke through, he would be able to cross the threshold and improve his heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship to the level of the Great Path unique skill. However, this was more than 10 times more difficult than comprehending and mastering the Great Path unique skill. Chen Zong could only practice slowly and steadily. He was neither anxious nor impatient. After witnessing the battle between the top 10 experts on the Divine General List and realizing their terrifying strength, Chen Zong was motivated to improve himself as much as possible. In the end, Chen Zong did not know whether his strength could reach that level. He was not sure, but it did not stop him from working hard to improve. At the very least, he had not reached the limit yet. After sorting out, Chen Zong found that there were still a few levels he could improve his strength. For example, the most recent level was to improve the mountain-crushing sword energy and bronze sword body to the extreme. Then, his strength would have a more obvious increase. The second level was to improve the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship to the level of the Great Path unique skill. The third level was to comprehend and master the Supreme Great Path unique skill. The fourth level was the divine form returning to origin. Other than the divine form returning to origin, there was no order for the other 3 levels. When these 4 levels were reached, Chen Zong was sure that his strength would definitely advance by leaps and bounds to an extent that even he himself would not dare to believe. Forgetting everything in the outside world, relying on his own efforts and the various resources of the trade wind brothel, Chen Zong was immersed in improving himself wholeheartedly. Chen Zong felt that he was improving at every moment. It was worth mentioning that among Marquis Tianhen's spoils of war, there was the heaven-splitting sword art manual. It was written down by Marquis Tianhen himself. Normally, he would use it to refine his own sword art and constantly observe and comprehend the content and experience. In this way, Chen Zong had obtained the heaven-splitting sword art and Marquis Tianhen's cultivation experience. It was easier for him to comprehend it. Soon, he reached the entry-level, minor accomplishment, greater accomplishment, and perfection. The heaven-splitting sword art was not fast. It was a powerful great path sword art. It was almost equal to the second-level sword art of Sword Grinding Mountain. Time flew by. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years Chen Zong had been staying in his own pavilion. Anyway, at this stage, it didn't matter if he ate, drank, or slept less. Moreover, Chen Zong had stored a lot of dry food and drink. When he really felt like eating, he would eat some. When he felt like sleeping, he would sleep. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. The heaven-splitting sword palace of the Myriad Beasts sect had always been monitoring the movements of the Trade Wind Pavilion, especially the movements of Chen Zong. However, 5 years had passed, and Chen Zong still had not appeared. This made their hopes of avenging Marquis Tianhen completely dashed. He can hide for a while, but can he hide forever? The eldest disciple of the heaven-splitting sword emperor snorted coldly. Injuries to the divine intent could be recovered. Perhaps it had already recovered after 5 years. Moreover, it was impossible for such a prodigy to hide in the trade wind brothel for his entire life. If he was in Chen Zong's shoes, he would not hide forever either. It was just a matter of time. It could be 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years, but it would definitely not be a lifetime. In this way, another 5 years had passed, and Chen Zong still had not appeared. According to the information obtained by the heaven-splitting sword palace of the Myriad Beast sect, Chen Zong had been staying in his pavilion for the past 10 years. No one knew that in these 10 years, Chen Zong was like a hidden dragon in the abyss. He had been hibernating, diligently cultivating, and wholeheartedly improving himself. He was improving every moment, and he was improving in all aspects. His strength had become increasingly tyrannical. Moreover, Chen Zong did not challenge the divine general ranking. In the universe, a storm had suddenly swept up. It was vast and mighty, as if it had swept out from the void. It blew across the universe, across territories, and across universes. This wind of the universe did not bring about the slightest destruction. Instead, it brought about an indescribable vitality. Along with this wind of the universe, many ancient existences that had been sleeping were also awakened. Oh, the wind of the universe is blowing again. How long has it been? The wind of the universe is blowing again. Every time the wind of the universe blows, it means that the secret realm of the universe is about to open. Old friends, it's time to wake up. The secret realm of the universe is about to open. The secret realm of the universe is about to open. We may not be able to enter, but there must be treasures that are useful to us inside. Then let's see how the little guys perform first. The ancient voices fell silent once again. However, the terrifying auras were awakened and grew stronger. The ancient existences woke up one after another. The wind of the universe. When House Master Windbreeze felt the wind blowing, he was slightly stunned. Many silent memories were also awakened, and he immediately revealed a look of joy. In his memory, the last time the wind of the universe blew seemed to be more than 100,000 years ago. However, it was a pity that he was only a mere second-realm cultivator at that time. He did not even obtain the opportunity of the Wind of the Universe because second-realm cultivators were very weak and were not qualified to participate. Only the third realm was the lowest standard. Very soon, all the third-realm prodigies, fourth-realm, and fifth-realm cultivators in the trade wind brothel were gathered. The content of the meeting was naturally directly related to the gales of the universe. The wind of the universe. Chunzong did not understand. The other third-realm prodigies did not understand either. In fact, most of the fourth-realm prodigies did not understand. As for the fifth-realm prodigies, only a few knew some simple and vague information. However, they soon understood what the wind of the universe meant. The secret realm of the universe. The secret realm of the universe was about to open. When they realized what the so-called secret realm of the universe was, Chunzong and the other third realm and fourth realm prodigies were all extremely shocked. Chapter 2665. The universe was vast and boundless. There were many borderlands and many universes within the borderlands, but that was not all. There were also planets, worlds, mystic realms, and so on. Worlds and mystic realms were divided into natural ones and man-made ones. Universe mystic realms were natural mystic realms and were the most mysterious mystic realms in the universe. This was because the name of the mystic realm contained the word universe. It was a mystic realm created by the will of the universe and was extremely shocking. Rumor had it that there were countless treasures and opportunities in the universe mystic realms. Those who could enter would have a chance of obtaining those treasures and opportunities to improve by leaps and bounds and even break through a major realm. For example, if a third realm cultivator entered, they would have a greater chance of breaking through to the fourth realm. Even an ordinary third realm cultivator could do it. Even some ordinary peak fourth realm cultivators would have a greater chance of breaking through to the fifth realm. However, although the universe mystic realms existed, no one knew where they were located. Only with the permission of the will of the universe could one find and enter. However, since the beginning of time, the universe had existed for countless years, and no one had been able to enter as they wished. Every time they entered, it was only when the wind of the universe blew and the universe mystic realm opened. However, it was not so easy to enter the universe mystic realm. For example, only experts on the God General role could enter the third realm. As for the fourth and fifth realms, they had their own requirements and restrictions as well. Chunzong was an expert on the God General role. According to past practice, he could enter the universe mystic realm. What he had to do now was to wait. While waiting, he had to do his best to improve his abilities to the maximum. Only then would he be able to obtain more treasures and opportunities in the universe mystic realm and reap greater benefit. The wind of the universe was blowing. The opening of the universe mystic realm was not far away. In fact, it would happen very soon. In the few months that the wind of the universe blew, there were constant challenges on the God General role. Many people who were not famous at first succeeded in their challenges and entered the God General role. Successfully entering the God General role was equivalent to obtaining the right to enter the universe mystic realm. Among them, there were even a few strong people who could not be stopped once they started their challenges. Their rankings on the God General role continued to rise from the 9,000, 8,000, 7,000, 6,000, 5,000, 4,000, 3,000. These new masters of the Divine General's ranking had all made it into the top 3,000 in just a few months. Naturally, their identities had been discovered by others. Holy Land. They were all disciples of the Hallowed Grounds, and the Hallowed Grounds were powers that were even stronger than Emperor-level powers. Usually, these people would concentrate on their cultivation and wait for the final moment to break out and enter the Divine General ranking. However, this time, The wind of the universe had blown and the universe secret area was about to open. These prodigies who had been concentrating on their cultivation had to break out in advance. It was fine if they did not erupt, but once they did, it was extremely shocking. Each of them displayed incomparably shocking strength and rushed into the top 3,000. That was the lowest ranking. The powerful ones rushed into the top 2,000, and some even rushed into the top 1,000. Some of them even made it into the top 100. Among them, the most outstanding one was a prodigy named Ma. He directly charged into the top 10 and was ranked 9th. After reaching the 9th rank, he did not issue any more challenges. However, Chunzong felt that this person's strength might not be limited to this because this person had a rare innate divine body. Innate divine body. What a terrifying innate divine body! It was the best body constitution in the entire universe. Since ancient times, there had been extremely few people who had an innate divine body. An innate divine body was much more powerful than an innate sacred body. Not to mention other things, once an innate sacred body appeared, it would trigger a vision of heaven and earth. Once an innate divine body appeared, it would trigger a vision of the universe. Moreover, even if an innate sacred body did not cultivate, it had terrifying strength on its own. It was enough to defeat all second realms and was comparable to third realms. As for an innate divine body, even if it did not cultivate, the strength of its own divine body was enough to defeat most third realms. It could be said that any innate divine body could easily enter the divine general ranking. If they worked hard, it would not be difficult for them to enter the top 100 or even the top 10. This was the natural advantage of an innate sacred body and an innate divine body. It was incomparable to others. As soon as they were born, they already stood at a height that many cultivators had to put in a lot of effort. Then, once they started cultivating, they could achieve results that many cultivators had to put in a lot of time to achieve in a short period of time. It was so unfair and so despairing. Seeing the power of Ma's attack, Chunzong knew that he was no match for him now. Even if his strength had improved by leaps and bounds in the past 10 years, it was still the same. Those in the top 100 of the divine general ranking were all monsters, let alone those in the top 10. However, this did not affect Chunzong. Instead, it stimulated Chunzong's fighting spirit. Chunzong did not know if he could win against those in the top 100 of the divine general ranking. However, if he were to fight against those in the top 10, he would definitely lose. Moreover, he would lose very quickly. Fortunately, although he had reached the peak of the third realms, it was not that he could not continue to improve. He just needed some opportunities. Divine form unification. Once his primordial form returned to its original state, his strength would soar by leaps and bounds, increasing by leaps and bounds. Just look at Sword Marquis Tianhen. Once the divine form unification, his strength would increase by at least 2 times. Universe Secret Realm. Chunzong thought to himself. This might be an opportunity for him. Chunzong had a premonition that he would definitely be able to find the opportunity to use the divine form unification in the Universe Secret Realm. At that time, his strength would increase tremendously, and it would not be impossible for him to challenge those in the top 10 of the divine general ranking. Very suddenly, an indescribable aura swept past like a gust of wind. That wind carried with it a kind of sacred majesty that seemed endless. It was as forceful as a mountain and suppressed everything. Everyone felt an endless pressure. However, that pressure was indescribable. They only felt that their chests were blocked and their heads were dizzy. However, this feeling did not last for long and disappeared very quickly. What is this? Chunzong was perplexed, extremely perplexed. It was not just Chunzong, the other third realms could not understand. Even the fourth and fifth realms could not understand. However, their feelings were different from those of the third realms because they were stronger. Thus, they could feel that indescribable and irresistible feeling more clearly. Only the sixth realms looked extremely serious. This was because not only did they feel the pressure from that aura, but there was also an indescribable feeling. It was high and mighty, like a saint god. That was undoubtedly the aura of an elite. It was many times stronger than the sixth realm's emperor level. It was even many times stronger than the seventh realm's emperor level. A saint. That was the aura of a saint. There were no saints in the entire myriad Yuan territory. This was because there were only saints in the sacred ground. Of course, there were also saints among the independent cultivators. However, at the level of a saint, they were no longer limited to a certain universe or territory. The appearance of a saint's aura here meant that a saint had descended. In other words, a saint was paying attention to this place. The Master of Trade Wind's expression was solemn. This was because when that aura swept past, the saint's voice rang in his ears. Soon, the Master of Trade Wind gathered all the Emperor-level elites in the Master of Trade Wind Tower. Shuang Yu Saint's order is for us inner disciples to enter the universe's secret regions and collect as many God flame fruits as we can to give to the saint. When the time comes, the saint will reward us. Xian Feng House Master's gaze swept past, his voice filled with excitement. An imperial order! Fire God fruits! The emperor-level elites were all stunned. Then, they became excited. The saint's words were an imperial order. They had heard that the fire god fruits were a type of divine fruit. It was an amazing divine fruit that seemed to be useful to saints. You guys tell them this news. The Master of Trade Wind said solemnly, if anyone can obtain the fire god fruits and hand them over, I will fight for a chance to enter the sacred grounds to cultivate. The emperor-level elites were stunned. Then, they became excited again. A chance to cultivate in the sacred grounds. Even for emperor-level elites like them, it was not easy to enter the sacred grounds to cultivate. Even if they paid a huge price, they might not succeed. One had to know that in the Holy Land, emperor-stage powerhouses were not considered very powerful existences. They believed that if this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge shock. Cultivate in the sacred grounds. As expected, when the third, fourth, and fifth realms of Trade Wind Tower heard about this, they were all stunned. Then they were overjoyed. Cultivate in the sacred grounds. If I can enter the sacred grounds to cultivate, I will definitely become much stronger than I am now. Someone was in high spirits. I must get the chance to cultivate in the sacred grounds. What is the fire god fruit? It can actually be exchanged for a chance to cultivate in the sacred grounds. Someone was also confused. Fire god fruit. This name left a deep impression on everyone. Fire god fruit, Chen Zong exclaimed. It was really shocking that such a treasure could be exchanged for such an opportunity. It would probably be very difficult to obtain it. However, now that he knew, he had to do his best to fight for it. It would be best if he could enter the sacred grounds to cultivate. Opportunity. That was a great opportunity. It was not only the Windflow House's master who received the imperial edict. The emperor-level experts from the 10,000 Walls sect, the Palace of Origin and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance also received the imperial edict. The content of the imperial edict was the same, the divine flame fruit. As long as one obtained the flame god fruit and handed it to a saint, they would be rewarded by the saint. Similar things didn't just happen in the Wanyuan boundary, but in other boundaries as well. For a time, many people's attention was drawn, and they paid close attention. Divine flame fruit. What kind of treasure was that? To be able to make a saint value him so much. The divine flame fruit. The house master of the trade wind heaved a long sigh. If he could get the divine flame fruit, he wouldn't need a lot, just one would be enough. Maybe he would have a chance to break through to the saint realm, and he wouldn't be as hard to advance as he was now. Chapter 2666. It will explode tomorrow. Are you ready for the monthly ticket? The wind of the universe blew suddenly, awakening the ancient beings and causing countless people to fall into ecstasy and excitement. Then, it disappeared without a trace. Then, the universe's secret realm appeared. In the universe, a shadow appeared. It seemed to be descending slowly from the sky, but it also seemed to be emerging slowly from the depth. The shadow was extremely huge. It descended like a disk, emitting an indescribable divine power that suppressed everything. In the universe, in any territory or even in any universe, one could feel the arrival of that phantom. Vaguely, one could see the shadows of mountains and trees. It was like a world of its own. Excitement. Those who knew the inside story were all excited. The universe's secret realm. It descended. As the world descended, they could vaguely see that it was divided into 3 layers. The outer layer, the middle layer, the inner layer. They corresponded to the 3rd realm, the 4th realm, and the 5th realm. To many people, the 4th realm and the 5th realm were considered strong. However, in the universe, those who had not reached the 6th realm were considered to be at a more basic level. This was because the power they possessed had yet to transform. Only by breaking through to the 6th realm could one master the power of the origin. That was a completely different level of power from before. It was also the true boundary between the universe and the void. When the universe's secret realm completely descended, a voice also sounded in everyone's mind. That voice was cold, emotionless, and supreme. It was the voice of the universe's will. In fact, the universe's will could not speak. The reason why everyone felt that they could hear the voice was entirely because of the characteristics of humans. If it were other life forms, then the universe's will's message would appear in a way that their race had tacitly agreed upon. Those on the Divine General ranking, Divine Lord ranking, and Divine King ranking, get ready. The universe's will's voice sounded in everyone's mind again. In the universe, there were 3 rankings that were directly recognized by the universe's will: Divine General ranking, Divine Lord ranking, Divine King ranking. The Divine General ranking corresponded to the 3rd realm. There were 9,999 spots. The Divine Lord ranking corresponded to the 4th realm. There were not as many spots as the Divine General ranking. There were 6,666 spots. The Divine King ranking corresponded to the 5th realm. There were fewer spots than the Divine Lord ranking. There were only 3,333 spots in total. The stronger one was, the fewer spots there were. Every strong person who could be listed on the universe's list was extremely powerful. The universe was so vast. There were many 4th realm strong people, but there were also many 5th realm. Indeed, just like in the past, when the universe's secret region descended, only those on the universe list had the right to enter. This was a benefit given by the universe's will. But they were not strong. Even if one had the strength of the Divine General's ranking, due to various factors, one could not enter the Divine General's ranking. Remember, after you go in, you have to protect your own life. You have to work together with each other, House Master of Trade Wind said to the geniuses and great beings on the universe ranking list in a serious tone. Also, try to find as many divine flame fruits as possible. Try to obtain them as long as your life is not in danger. Because if he died, it would be useless no matter how many divine flame fruits he obtained. There was only hope if he was alive. Even if they could not get the divine flame fruit, as long as they were alive, they would more or less gain some benefits in the universe's secret realm. It would also help them improve. Of course, other than the divine flame fruit, there were many other treasures in the universe's secret realm. They were even useful to 7th realm emperor-level strong people and 6th realm emperor-level strong people. Chen Zong and the others nodded when they heard the Xian Feng House Master's words. With a thought, their figures were covered by an invisible energy. It was the energy of the universe's will. In the next moment, the figures turned into streams of light. They went against the flow like shooting stars and rushed into the huge virtual world. This was not a virtual world. It was a real universe's secret realm. However, because it had not fully manifested, it did not look very clear. It was like a virtual world. The figures turned into streams of light and entered it. Then, the universe's secret realm seemed to become clearer. Everyone could see it more clearly. However, for those who were weaker, it was still blurry. On the other hand, those who were stronger and stronger could see it more clearly. In the Nine Heavens universe, in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, most people could see the universe's secret realm. Chunzong is in the top 3,000 on the Divine General list. He should have entered the universe's secret realm. Lin Ming of the Tao Alliance muttered to himself. Although he was muttering to himself, his voice was very loud. The other members of the Tao Alliance heard him. Chunzong was in the top 3,000 on the Divine General list. This made the Tao Alliance proud. It made the Tao Alliance's reputation surpass the past and reach an unprecedented level. Everyone in the Sky Continent knew about the Tao Alliance. Not only in the Sky Continent, but even in the entire Nine Heavens universe, the Tao Alliance was famous. Of course, the biggest reason was because of Chunzong. He was in the top 3,000 on the Divine General list. In the history of the Nine Heavens universe, there had never been a top expert who could make it into the top 3,000 on the Divine General list. Chunzong was the first one since ancient times. With such amazing achievements, the Tao Alliance's reputation had spread far and wide. The Tao Alliance's status in the Imperial Palace of the continent of the Nine Heavens rose sharply. Even though the number of strong cultivators in the Tao Alliance couldn't be compared to the 4 first-tier forces of the Nine Heavens Imperial Palace, the Tao Alliance's authority in the Imperial Palace of the Nine Heavens wasn't inferior. This was because everyone knew that Chunzong, who was in the top 3,000 on the Divine General list, would have no problem reaching the 4th or 5th level as long as he didn't die prematurely. He might not even reach the 6th level. The strongest person in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was only at the 6th level. Moreover, there were very few of them. If Chunzong became a 6th level Emperor Realm expert, then as long as he didn't betray the Tao Alliance, the Tao Alliance would benefit from it. Instead of being suppressed in the future, it was better to raise the Tao Alliance's status now. Besides, apart from Chunzong, there were 2 other outstanding people in the Tao Alliance. They were Chun Xiu and War Demon. Because at the last moment, Chun Xiu succeeded in his challenge and made it into the Divine General list. Although his ranking wasn't very high, he still made it into the Divine General list and entered the Universe Secret Area. As for War Demon, he seemed to have accumulated a lot of experience and made it into the Divine General list. His ranking kept rising. Not long ago, he also succeeded in challenging the Divine General list and made it into the list. Of course, like Chun Xiu, War Demon was at the bottom of the Divine General list. However, as long as he made it into the Divine General list, it was an amazing thing. In the past, there were very few people in the Tao Alliance who could make it into the Divine General list. Even if there were, their rankings were very, very low. They were at the bottom of the list. However, it was different this time. The Tao Alliance had 3 top prodigies who made it into the Divine General list. 2 of them had made it into the Divine General list not long ago, while the other one had already made it into the top 3,000 and was ranked in the top 2,000. What they didn't know was that Chunzong didn't issue any more challenges. Once he did, he would probably make it into the top 1,000. If he did, the shock it would cause would be unimaginable. Yunyanxin and Yu Wuxia had also broken through and reached the 3rd realm. However, they were only at the initial stage of the 3rd realm, and their strength could only be considered below average among those of the same level in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. They didn't even know how long it would take for them to break into the Heavenly General's role, let alone the Divine General's role. The 2 of them looked carefully, searching for Chunzong's figure. However, many people had entered at once. In addition, it wasn't very clear. It wasn't easy to find him. After looking around, Yun Yenshin's eyes suddenly lit up. She stared directly at one of the figures. Although that figure wasn't very clear, it gave her a familiar feeling. That's right, it was him. The person she had been thinking about day and night. The light shot into the sky and entered the universe's secret realm. The streams of light were divided into 3 parts, and they were also divided into 3 levels: blue light, green light, and purple light. The blue light with the most was the 3rd realm, the green light with the least was the 4th realm, and the purple light with the least was the 5th realm. The blue light went into the outer layer of the universe's secret realm. The green light went into the middle layer of the universe's secret realm, and the purple light went into the inner layer of the universe's secret realm. Once they entered the outer layer of the universe's secret realm, Chen Zong landed quickly. He appeared inside and immediately scanned his surroundings. He also released his divine perception in the shortest time possible and scanned his surroundings. He didn't encounter any danger. There was no one else around. The universe's secret realm wasn't small, but it wasn't very big either. However, only 9,999 people had entered the outer layer. They were scattered, so it was normal that they couldn't see anyone else. War Demon and Chen Xiu have both entered. I should be able to meet them here, Chen Zong muttered to himself. He scanned his surroundings and moved. There were no sun, moon, or stars in the universe's secret realm. However, there were earth, mountains, grass, trees, stones, rivers, and so on. The aura here was also very strange. It was the universe origin energy. However, Chen Zong felt that the universe origin energy here was purer and denser than the universe origin energy in the outside world. It was at least several times stronger. It was a pity that his cultivation had been raised to the peak. There was no way to raise it any further. Otherwise, it would be very beneficial for his cultivation to cultivate in such a place. Of course, even though his cultivation had reached the peak and couldn't be raised any further, if he used up his energy, the speed of recovery would be several times faster than in the outside world. The benefits were obvious. The divine herbs and the like that were born in such a place were probably of better quality than in the outside world. Chapter 2667. Chapter 1. Begging for monthly votes. What a pity. You won't really die if you kill someone here. A young man in blood-red armor, whose body was filled with shocking killing intent, muttered to himself. The killing intent in his eyes was shocking to the extreme. A baleful aura surged around him, condensing into a blood-red mist that constantly emitted waves of chilliness. Anyone who saw him would know that he was a murderous demon. Suddenly, this person's eyes brightened and emitted an extremely sharp cold light. His body flashed and directly erupted with an incomparably shocking speed. He was like a blood-colored lightning that swept across the vast sky. His speed was extremely fast, so fast that it caused one to be shocked. It just so happened that a figure who was moving forward felt a shocking killing intent approaching. He frowned and looked over, and then his expression changed greatly. He didn't hesitate to immediately explode with extreme speed and flee far away in the opposite direction. At the same time, he muttered to himself, "How King unlucky. I actually encountered this killing maniac at the beginning of the battle." The man's speed was not slow at all. However, the blood-red figure that was chasing after him was even faster. The figure's eyes were filled with madness and murderous intent. It seemed that he would not stop until he caught up and killed the man. "Luoyan, why are you chasing me? You won't get any benefits even if you kill me." The man who was being chased felt the terrifying murderous intent approaching him from behind. His expression turned ugly and he immediately shouted, "Because if you died here, you wouldn't really die. You would only be eliminated and leave." Of course, he didn't want to leave. That was why he said that. What he said was the truth. They had just entered this place and they didn't get any treasures. If they were killed, they wouldn't get any benefits. However, the blood-red figure that was chasing after him didn't care. It was as if he didn't hear him. A red light flashed in his eyes. Damn it! That damned madman! The man who was being chased cursed. However, he knew that his words had no effect on the madman. There was no other reason. It was because he knew that this person was the murderous demon, Luoyin. He was a monstrous genius that came from a holy land. He cultivated a murderous cultivation technique and comprehended the great way of slaughter. He didn't kill because of any grudges or conflicts of interest. There was no reason for it. It was because he wanted to kill. This was why he was called the Demon of Slaughter. To Luoyin, killing was a kind of pleasure. He enjoyed it very much. Moreover, he could comprehend the Tao of slaughter little by little through killing, increasing his strength. Luoyin immediately raised the long saber in his hand. That saber didn't look like an ordinary saber. The edge of the saber was covered with fine serrated teeth. It looked even more terrifying, like a peerless killing weapon. Chop! With a slash of the blade, the blood-red blade light tore through the sky and went straight for the fleeing man. They couldn't escape. Luoyin was ranked in the top 100 of the Divine General's ranking, while the one who escaped was ranked in the top 1,000. The difference was too big. Therefore, with one slash, his body was sliced in half. It was extremely horrifying. Ha 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 ha. Luoyin could not help but laugh maniacally as he felt the blood splattering everywhere. The person who was killed, after his body was sliced in half, fell down and turned into two rays of light that shot into the sky. Instantly, they merged into one and shot into the sky. They directly rushed out of the universe's secret region and headed back to where they came from. He was eliminated. This person appeared in the outside world with a face full of anger and killing intent. However, he had nowhere to vent his anger. He could only be depressed. The people around him didn't know what to say. They could only look at him with sympathy. Too pitiful. He had just entered the universe's secret region. He hadn't even gotten any benefits and was already eliminated. It was simply tragic. However, what could he do? Who asked him to be weaker than others? Who asked him to be so unlucky? There was nothing he could do. Immediately, those who couldn't enter started laughing at him. They had wasted a chance. Some people were eliminated. However, there were also people who had truly gotten benefits. What is this? 8 Ganges River Sand stared at a flame that seemed to be burning in front of him. The flame wasn't strong. It was only a meter in size. It floated in midair and seemed to be burning continuously. However, it was silent. There wasn't any heat. He squinted his eyes in confusion. In the middle of the flame, there seemed to be a fist-sized fruit floating. The fruit floated up and down. It looked like a ball of flame that had condensed into a solid substance. Immediately, 8 Ganges River Sand stretched out his hand and approached the flame. He didn't feel threatened at all. He opened his hand and grabbed the fruit that looked like a flame. At the same time, in the minds of everyone in the outer layer, there seemed to be a voice that told them that someone had gotten a god flame fruit. Furthermore, they could also feel the location of the person who had gotten the fruit. It was like a location. More accurately, it wasn't that person, but the location of the fruit. Once the divine flame fruit was discovered and obtained, such a situation would occur. It was tantamount to giving everyone an indicator of where the fruit was. They would then be able to quickly chase after the fruit and obtain it. The moment 8 Ganges River Sand grabbed the flame-like fruit, he was stunned when he heard the voice. Then, he revealed a look of ecstasy. He didn't expect to find a god flame fruit so quickly and successfully obtain it. However, in the next breath, his ecstasy was replaced by a wave of anger. A location. The god flame fruit in his hand had become a location that could be sensed by the other experts in the outer layer. What did this mean? It meant that he was about to face a lot of trouble. Even if those who weren't ranked as high as him and weren't as strong as him, once there were too many of them, it would be extremely troublesome. Moreover, 8 Ganges River Sand wasn't the strongest on the Divine General list. He was only in the top 100. There were many people who were stronger than him. So, should he give up on this God Flame Fruit? Impossible. He didn't know what the God Flame Fruit was used for. However, it was something that even a saint wanted. It must be extraordinary. Once he handed it over, he would be able to obtain great benefit. Since it had appeared in front of him, and he had obtained it, of course he had to take it. No matter what, he had to take it. Let's go. 8 Ganges River Sand's figure flashed. He exploded with extreme speed and flew away. At this moment, he only hoped that others would obtain the God Flame Fruit as well. That way, he would be able to share the pressure and reduce the number of people chasing after him. God Flame Fruit. Chenzong muttered to himself. He could sense the location of the God Flame Fruit. However, he changed his mind and didn't chase after it. Because Chenzong knew that the appearance of the God Flame Fruit would definitely cause a lot of chaos. At this moment, there must be many people chasing after the God Flame Fruit. However, there were many people eyeing the God Flame Fruit. It would be very chaotic. He might not be able to obtain it in the end if he participated in it. Rather than that, he might as well ignore it and act according to his own pace. There were actually many people who had the same idea as Chenzong. Of course, there were also some who didn't participate because they felt that they weren't strong enough. For example, those who were ranked lower on the Divine General ranking list. God Flame Fruit. Murderous maniac Luo Yin muttered to himself. Then, his eyes flashed with a shocking red light. He grinned and his killing intent surged. The appearance of the God Flame Fruit meant that there would be many people chasing after him. This meant that he could kill even more people. Without hesitation, murderous maniac Luo Yan's figure flashed and he immediately headed in the direction of the God Flame Fruit. Killing, that was his favorite activity. Moreover, he could kill those powerful top geniuses. That kind of feeling was incomparably satisfying. It was refreshing to the soul. Then, everyone was stunned. Because someone had obtained the second God Flame Fruit. The location of the second God Flame Fruit was completely different from the location of the first God Flame Fruit. Because of this, some people hesitated. However, they didn't hesitate and directly chose the direction that was closer to them. After a while, the third God Flame Fruit was found. At the same time, the crowd also received an additional piece of information. There were only 81 God Flame Fruit. 81 God Flame Fruits. However, there were a total of 9,999 people who had entered the outer layer. Although some people had already been eliminated, there were still over 9,000 people. However, there were only 81 Divine Flame Fruit. How rare was that? In an instant, it was as if water had dripped into a pot of boiling oil. The 9,000 people were in an uproar. No matter what, they had to get a God Flame Fruit. Chenzong was also very tempted. However, in the end, he didn't chase after them. Instead, he moved at his own pace. Not long after, Chenzong found a treasure. It was a 3-colored flower that emitted a dazzling light. It was called the tricolored dazzling flower. It was one of the main ingredients for refining the tricolored essence elixir. The tricolored essence elixir was a medicinal elixir that was consumed by level 4 cultivators. Very good. Chenzong directly took it away. Although it was useless to him now, it would come in handy when he broke through to the level 4. Even if he didn't need it, he could still contribute it to the sect in exchange for contribution points or sell it for money and so on. All in all, this was a valuable treasure. Since he came across it, he couldn't miss it. Following that, Chenzong found some godly medicines that were useful to level 4 cultivators from time to time. He collected all of them. Among them, he even found a godly medicine that was useful to level 5 cultivators. Chenzong also collected it. If he sold it, he could easily sell it for hundreds of thousands or even millions of cosmos god crystals. Suddenly Chunzong paused. His eyes narrowed as he stared ahead. He saw a flame that was about a meter tall burning in front of him. That flame was crimson. Although it was burning, he couldn't feel any heat from it. In the middle of the crimson flames, there was a fist-sized flame-like object. The crimson flames seemed to have been released by that flame-like object. Could that be? Chunzong's eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately, he took a step forward. His body swept past, and sword origin covered his palm as he grabbed at that object. Chapter 2668. Second Explosive Update, Divine Flame Fruit. When Chunzong's palm grabbed the flame-like object, a voice rang in his mind, telling him that the object in his hand was the so-called Divine Flame Fruit. The fourth Divine Flame Fruit. So far, this was the fourth Divine Flame Fruit that had been obtained by someone. In an instant, Chunzong felt that the Divine Flame Fruit in his hand was releasing a unique aura. It felt like a lighthouse that had become a symbol for others to find. Unless he gave up on the Divine Flame Fruit. Would Chunzong give up? Impossible. Since he had obtained the Divine Flame Fruit, there was no reason to give it up. Although the Divine Flame Fruit was useless to him now, he could turn it in. Then, he might get a chance to enter the sacred land to cultivate. Even if he couldn't enter the sacred land to cultivate, he would definitely get a lot of benefits after turning it in. If he didn't take it, he would be punished. Without hesitation, Chunzong kept the Divine Flame Fruit in the 9 levels of Heaven Ring. However, even though the Divine Flame Fruit was kept in the 9 levels of Heaven Ring, it still released an aura that marked Chunzong's location so that others could feel it. Moreover, there was another important point. Although dying in the universe secret territory didn't mean real death, but being eliminated, everything found in the universe secret territory would fall to the ground because of death. Therefore, it was better not to die if possible. Only by surviving to the end and leaving the universe secret territory alive could one bring out all the treasures found in the universe secret territory. Of course, if it wasn't a material object, such as something that was comprehended, it wouldn't be lost even if it was eliminated. With the Divine Flame Fruit, Chunzong was as conspicuous as a firefly in the dark. Soon, someone came to find him. "The Divine Flame Fruit is on you, right? Hand it over," the person said in a cold tone as he stared at Chunzong. "I advise you not to be impulsive," Chunzong said with a smile. To be honest, Chunzong didn't know how powerful he was now, but he was sure that he was many times more powerful than 10 years ago. It wouldn't be difficult for him to enter the top 1,000 on the Divine Generals list. As for the top 100, Chunzong was confident about it. Of course, because there was no challenge, Chunzong was not sure if he could really make it into the top 100. But even if he couldn't make it into the top 100, there wouldn't be a big gap. And the person in front of him was only in the hundreds. "Looks like I'll have to come and get it myself." The other party laughed coldly and took a step forward. Soon after, his feet moved in a strange manner. It was as if he was moving strangely like a snake. His speed was extremely fast as he rapidly approached. In the blink of an eye, the other party closed in on him. Judging from his goal, it seemed like he wanted to engage in a close combat. As expected, the man waved his right hand and a black light appeared. It seemed to be a sharp dagger, which cut through the void in an instant and went straight for Chunzong's neck. Throat slit kill. Chunzong's body swayed slightly and avoided the attack. But the other party's reaction speed was also extremely fast. The dagger suddenly fell and turned into a stab, stabbing fiercely at Chunzong's heart. Dodging, changing moves, dodging again, changing moves again. Chunzong didn't draw his sword. He kept dodging and moving around in a small area. His opponent kept changing his moves. The black dagger shone with a cold light and was incomparably sharp. It left countless slash marks in the air. Because Chunzong had obtained a divine flame fruit, the outside world paid more attention to Chunzong. Therefore, they all saw Chunzong's battle. This guy is quite capable. His strength is indeed not bad. Many experts commented one after another. In the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, the crowd also recognized Chunzong. When they saw Chunzong obtain the divine flame fruit, they were instantly delighted. When they saw Chunzong fighting, they held their breaths and watched attentively. Holding the black dagger, he attacked wildly and displayed his saber skills to the extreme, but he couldn't do anything to Chunzong. Not only that, he couldn't even touch the corner of his opponent's clothes. Little did he know that Chunzong could clearly sense his every attack, and he could also deduce all the subsequent changes in an instant. Naturally, he couldn't attack Chunzong at all. Chunzong didn't counterattack because he wanted to see how strong the other party was. He also wanted to see how strong he was, but it seemed that the other party couldn't force him to show his true strength. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chunzong drew his sword. When the sword was unsheathed, an obscure sword light flashed, and an extremely terrifying power and will burst forth, slashing directly at the other party. Moreover, this sword strike happened to be at the other party's blind spot. However, the other party's strength wasn't weak either. He actually managed to forcefully change the direction of his attack in an attempt to block Chunzong's sword strike. The instant the sword and the short blade collided, an extremely terrifying divine might burst forth. Like a torrent bursting through a dam, it destroyed the opponent's short blade as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Immediately, the opponent's short blade was sent flying. Then, the sword continued forward and killed the opponent with a single slash. This power was too strong. That is, unbelievable, unbelievable, a mere third-realm cultivator, amazing, what's this guy's background? The eyes of the Tower Master and the other sixth-realm experts widened, full of shock. This guy, could he have really mastered? That's right. His great Dao sword technique has indeed surpassed Ao Wu's and reached the level of an ultimate technique. The Tower Master's tone was extremely certain. The Windflow House's master was also incomparably shocked. A great Dao ultimate technique. His sword technique had actually been upgraded to the level of a great Dao ultimate technique. Even if it was only the lowest level of an inferior class ultimate technique, it was still extremely shocking. That's right, within those 10 years, thanks to his divine decree breaking through to the third realm, coupled with the assistance of the Heart Sutra and his superb comprehension ability, Chunzong finally achieved a breakthrough in both the Heart Sword technique and the World Sword technique. Its power level surpassed Ao Wu's and reached the level of a great Dao ultimate technique. Such shocking power meant that Chunzong's every sword strike was equivalent to a great Dao ultimate technique. However, the consumption was only the normal consumption of a sword technique. Just this point alone was incomparably shocking. Great! That's amazing! In the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, the people of the Tao Alliance all shouted happily. That was Chunzong, the Chunzong from the Tao Alliance. Since he was so outstanding, didn't it mean that humans could also be outstanding? The demon tribe and the others were extremely jealous. Why didn't such an outstanding member appear among them? On the Divine General list, except for Chunzong, Chunxiu, and the War Demon, the others were basically from the Origin tribe. Was the human race still a mediocre race? In comparison, the Demon tribe, the Heavenly Human tribe, the Giant tribe, and the Ancient Beast tribe were mediocre races. Proud and elated. That was the feeling of being proud and elated. In the future, in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, no one would dare to look down on the human race. If they wanted to look down on the human race, they had to first achieve the human race's achievements. The Divine General list. That was a hard and fast standard. This guy is too powerful. Illusory Sword King Moui stared at Chunzong's figure in shock. In the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, his strength was considered as one of the strongest among the fifth realms. In the Heaven continent, he was also a famous expert. Even in the Nine Heavens universe, he was also famous. However, in the entire Myriad Yuan territory, he was nothing, let alone on the Divine King list. It was too difficult to be ranked among the 3,333 people on the Divine King list. Each of them was terrifyingly powerful. Illusory Sword King was not weak, but the gap between him and the experts on the Divine King list was too big. In the past, Chernzong had only mastered the Great Way of Sword principle because of Illusory Sword King's inspiration. Illusory Sword King did not expect that Chernzong had already improved the Great Way of Sword principle to such a level. When did he improve the Great Way of Sword principle to the level of a unique skill? It seemed to be a few hundred years after he had broken through to the fourth realm. Compared to Chernzong, he was really too inferior. However, Illusory Sword King did not feel jealous. Instead, he felt happy. Chernzong was from the human race, and he was from the Doctrine Alliance. Therefore, the more outstanding Chernzong was, the better it was for him. In the outer layer of the universe secret land, after killing his opponent, Chernzong felt that his ranking on the Divine General list had greatly improved. He directly rushed into the top 1,000 and reached the 800th rank. That was to say, his opponent's ranking on the Divine General list was in the 800th rank. Am I already so powerful? Chernzong could not help muttering to himself. In the battle just now, he had only used one sword move. He had not unleashed his true strength yet, but he had already won. He had killed a top expert in the 800th rank on the Divine General list. With such strength, he should be able to enter the top 100 on the Divine General list. At this time, Chernzong hoped that someone in the top 100 on the Divine General list would challenge him to a battle. More news came that the fifth Divine Flame Fruit had been found. As more and more Divine Flame Fruits were found, the pressure of those who had obtained the Divine Flame Fruits was lessened. Not long after, another person caught up to Chernzong. Without saying a word, he directly launched a sure kill attack on Chernzong. Kill! Chernzong's figure flashed. He unsheathed his sharp sword and slashed out with an extremely powerful sword momentum. World Sword Technique. As soon as the sword came into contact, the opponent's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to unleash a stronger power, he was killed by Chernzong. The World Sword Technique not only had the terrifying power of a low-grade unique skill, but it also had its own suppressive power. The combination of the two was even more shocking. Kill. Without any hesitation, the man was killed by Chernzong. All the treasures he had obtained in the outer layer of the universe secret land were all gone. They became Chernzong's trophies. However, this was not the end. More people came because the Divine Flame Fruits were in Chernzong's possession. One after another, they all wanted to snatch the Divine Flame Fruits from Chernzong. However, they were all killed by Chernzong's sword. So far, Chernzong had not met an opponent worthy of his full strength. Chernzong became more and more certain that his strength was definitely in the top 100. However, there were only 100 people in the top 100. It was not so easy to encounter each other. At this time, the sixth Divine Flame Fruit was found again. In his perception, it seemed to be very close to him. Chernzong's figure flashed and immediately rushed toward the sixth Divine Flame Fruit. Since it was so close, he might have a chance to obtain another one. Chapter 2669. Third update. After the sixth Divine Flame Fruit, the seventh Divine Flame Fruit was found. However, at this moment, Chernzong had already caught up with the person who had obtained the sixth Divine Flame Fruit. The moment he saw the person, Chernzong's pupils shrank. He was dressed in a black robe and wore a ghost mask on his face. He gave off a sense of familiarity that he had not seen in a long time. War Demon. The man who had the sixth divine flame fruit was the war demon. Chen Zong had the divine flame fruit, so the war demon could sense him approaching. However, due to his speed, the war demon couldn't avoid him. The war demon could only draw his saber and prepare to fight. On the divine general ranking list, the war demon's ranking was very low, so was his strength. Therefore, he was sure that he wouldn't be a match for any expert on the divine general ranking list here. However, the war demon was never afraid. At most, he would die. Fight. However, when the war demon saw who it was, the eyes under the ghost mask showed a trace of astonishment. Chen Zong. He had never thought that it would be Chen Zong. He also knew that Chen Zong's ranking on the divine general ranking list had reached over 800. Chen Zong was much more powerful than the war demon. He didn't even need to draw his sword to defeat the war demon. The war demon had thought that after successfully entering the divine general ranking list, its strength would be closer to Chen Zong's. Now it knew that it wasn't so. It seemed that the gap between them had widened instead of closing. Although they were both experts on the divine general ranking list, the gap between the top 9,000 and the top 1,000 was huge. The war demon more or less knew this. However, the war demon didn't feel depressed. On the contrary, its will to fight grew stronger and stronger, like a burning flame. The stronger the will to fight, the more beneficial it would be for its cultivation and fighting. Since it was the war demon, Chen Zong certainly wouldn't fight for it. However, the war demon waved its hand. In an instant, a ball of fire flew over. Chen Zong focused his eyes and was surprised. Divine flame fruit. The war demon had thrown the divine flame fruit at him. With my current competence, I can't do that, said the war devil neither slowly nor quickly. I hope you can. After saying that, the war demon sheathed his saber and turned around to leave. He knew that Chen Zong would definitely be targeted by many people. When the time came, a battle would break out. With his strength, it would be difficult for him to interfere. Of course, the war demon wasn't trying to trick Chen Zong. After obtaining the divine flame fruit, Chen Zong quickly put it into the Nine Heavens ring. However, everyone knew that someone had obtained 2 divine flame fruit. All of a sudden, they exploded. Figures with powerful auras flew towards Chen Zong one after another. 2 divine flame fruits. One must know that there were only 81 divine flame fruit. Now that 6 of them had been discovered, there was someone who had monopolized 2 of them. If one could kill that person, one would be able to obtain 2 divine flame fruit. For a moment, more and more people had their eyes on Chen Zong. The killing maniac Luo Yan also changed his direction and flew towards Chen Zong. Not only because of the 2 divine flame fruits, but also because of other factors. For example, he could kill more people and enjoy the thrill of killing. The 7th fruit, the 8th fruit, the 9th fruit, another 3 divine flame fruits were discovered in different directions. Ha ha ha, kill! A blood-red light flashed and slashed to the side. Who is it? Damn it, it's the killing maniac Luo Yan. Let's go. The killing maniac Luo Yan was an expert ranked in the top 100 of the divine general ranking list. He was very powerful and murderous. He was not to be trifled with. Even those who ranked higher than him didn't want to fight with him. He was a madman. As Luo Yan laughed, he kept swinging his saber and slashing out streaks of blood-red saber light. The saber light tore the ground apart and split the void. It was extremely powerful. Chen Zong kept moving. While looking for treasures, he was also avoiding the pursuit of others. However, Chen Zong didn't move blindly. He maintained a certain rhythm and kept the divine demon sword scripture running. He absorbed the extremely pure essence qi of the universe from the outside world to replenish his energy and maintain his strength at the peak. Only in this way could he fight to his heart's content when he encountered a strong enemy. 10 years of hard work, 10 years of silence, 10 years of sharpening his sword. Today, he was going to show his endless sharpness and fight to his heart's content. Even if he was killed and eliminated, Chen Zong would have no regret. Fight. The only thing he could do was to fight to his heart's content. Of course, Chen Zong would consider giving up some benefits as a last resort. Be flexible. Sometimes one had to be flexible in order to live longer and achieve greater success. It would be best if he could survive until the end and bring out the treasures he obtained. Even if Chen Zong kept moving, the aura fluctuations emitted by the two divine flame fruits were clear and eye-catching like lighthouses, guiding the others to chase after him. 3. A total of 3 experts had surrounded him. Kill him first, then think about other things, one of them immediately said. Otherwise, if they fought with each other first, they would miss the opportunity. Immediately, the 3 of them burst out with extreme speed and rushed forward. Chen Zong didn't move. The moment the 3 of them rushed in front of him, his body swayed and his sharp sword was unsheathed. It brought out an obscure sword light. The sword light seemed to be filled with a terrifying sharpness as it flashed through the air. Heart swordsmanship. The heart swordsmanship, which had reached the level of a great path-loss technique, was not only extremely sharp, but also unpredictable. The sword was unsheathed and then sheathed. Chen Zong's body didn't move from beginning to end, but the 3 figures paused one after another. Then, blood spurted out from their throats. Instant kill. Fatal kill. The 3 experts on the Divine General's ranking were easily killed by Chen Zong even though they had joined forces. The treasures they found here fell down one after another, becoming Chen Zong's spoils. Although the war demon turned around and left, he didn't go too far. He had been paying attention to the situation here. When he saw Chen Zong kill the 3 experts with just a draw of his sword, his pupils shrank like needles. The war demon felt that the 3 of them were very strong. He wasn't a match for any of them, but Chen Zong killed them all with one strike. Such strength was indeed terrifying. However, more people came to attack. This time, it wasn't just 3, but more than a dozen. The divine flame fruits are on him. I don't want much, just give me 1 divine flame fruit. One of the experts' aura locked onto Chen Zong and said coldly, I won't attack you again. Give me 1 divine flame fruit. I'll share your burden, another person said. It had to be said that these people's ideas were very good. However, how could Chen Zong give them the divine flame fruit? After all, they weren't qualified enough. The divine flame fruit is with me. Come and get it if you want it. Chen Zong said with a faint smile. The 5 fingers on his right hand relaxed a little. Soon after, he gently placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. His body lowered slightly as his center of gravity sunk. Both of his eyes narrowed in an instant as an extremely cold and sharp glint directly shot out. Kill them first. If you don't know what's good for you, then go to hell. The dozen experts on the Divine General's ranking were all enraged and released their killing intent. At the same time, Chen Zong stomped his feet and instantly burst out with an amazing speed. He merged with his sword and turned into a deep bronze sword light that swept across the sky. The bronze sword light was extremely sharp. It flashed and jumped on the ground like lightning. In an instant, it turned more than a dozen times and then rushed forward. When it disappeared, Chen Zong's figure was revealed. The sword was still in the scabbard, as if it had never been pulled out. However, the bodies of the dozen experts on the Divine General's ranking seemed to be frozen. In the next moment, they all turned into rays of light that shot into the sky and left the outer layer of the universe's secret territory, leaving some things behind. Kill. Kill them all. So powerful. Terrifying swordsmanship. In the outside world, the people who were paying attention to Chen Zong were all shocked. Chen Zong's movements were not hidden in the eyes of the experts. Because of this, they were even more shocked. Because at that instant, Chen Zong had erupted with shocking speed as he executed an extremely superb sword technique. That sword technique was the simplest form of the Grand Tao, yet it carried an indescribable profundity. It was unfathomable, and it changed indeterminately, causing it to be difficult to grasp and impossible to guard against. Even many 4th-level experts didn't have such swordsmanship. It was even comparable to some 5th-level experts. Extremely powerful swordsmanship. You actually killed them all. A terrifying voice with an extremely shocking murderous intent rushed over like a bloody storm. It seemed to be very angry. This shocking murderous intent was like a surging tide, causing Chen Zong's pupils to shrink to the size of needles. He felt a piercing pain all over his body as if he was being eroded. Strong. Very strong. The strength of the newcomer was extremely powerful and made him feel threatened. Chen Zong didn't leave. Instead, from the depths of his heart, a feeling of excitement emerged. His blood was surging, boiling, and burning. His fighting spirit was constantly condensing and rising. He had been sharpening his sword for 10 years. He was eager to fight to his heart's content. Unfortunately, the experts on the Divine General's ranking that appeared before were still too weak for him. But now, there was finally an expert who could make him feel an obvious pressure and strong threat. Under Chen Zong's gaze, a blood-red figure flew over. Vaguely, Chen Zong seemed to see a blood river surging endlessly. It's him. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly as he recognized the other person's identity. Killing maniac Luo Yan. Because Chen Zong had seen Luo Yan's battle in the Divine General's ranking world before. Now Luo Yan was an expert in the top 100 of the Divine General's ranking world and ranked 59th on the Divine General's ranking world. Although there were more than 50 people who were even stronger, Luo Yan's strength was still very frightening. Chen Zong didn't know if he could fight against him with his current strength. Chen Zong didn't know, but the pressure that Luo Yan brought him was very strong. But he could fight. Since you killed them, you can use your life to make up for it. Luo Yan's voice sounded once again, and it was filled with an extremely shocking killing intent. Immediately, Chen Zong's pupils shrunk. In front of him, a huge blood-red blade light tore through the ground and space, and it carried an extremely shocking killing intent and terrifying might as it brazenly attacked. Chapter 2670. The 4th update, 12,000-word update completed. Looking for a wave of monthly votes, I'll update again tomorrow. The blade light, which was more than 100 feet long, seemed to be made of blood. It exuded a terrifying aura and tore the sky and earth apart. However, this blade was not a Great Path Lost technique, but a blade strike from the Great Path Blade technique. Even so, it still had a terrifying power and contained the shocking power of the Great Path of Slaughter. Chen Zong's pupils constricted. He had no intention of dodging. Instead, he took a step forward and unsheathed the long sword at his waist. Slash. Terrifying power condensed in the sword light. It vaguely exuded a divine aura that could suppress everything. It was as if a world had descended. It was a Great Path Lost technique, the World Sword technique. The moment the sword light and the blood-red killing blade light came into contact, Chen Zong felt an extremely terrifying killing intent rushing toward him. It was as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared in front of him. However, the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood collapsed in an instant. The blood-red blade light also paused for a moment and then collapsed. The Killing Blade Technique. In terms of level, Luo Yan's Killing Blade Technique was not as good as Chen Zong's World Sword Technique. In other words, Ao Wu and Great Path Lost Technique were directly suppressed. Moreover, Chen Zong had obtained the core inheritance of the Lord of the World's mysterious tree. Thanks to the transformation of the mysterious tree's vitality and power, his human bloodline had improved a lot. His essence had been strengthened and he was closer to the origin clan. After that, he cultivated the sword technique of the celestial demon sword and cultivated the bronze sword body. He had further improved on his foundation and surpassed the ordinary origin clan members. He had surpassed the innate spirit body and was between the innate spirit body and the king body. This made Chen Zong not inferior to most of the Origin clan members in terms of basic cultivation power, except for those who had the innate saint body or the innate divine body. Now, Chen Zong had cultivated the sword technique of the celestial demon sword to perfection. The first level of perfection had reached the point where there was no room for improvement. The power of the cultivation power of qi and body refining was not inferior to those who had the innate king body. In addition to other aspects, Chen Zong's strength had reached a terrifying level. However, although Luo Yan, the killing maniac, did not have an innate heavenly king physique, he had an acquired king physique. His basic strength was also extremely terrifying. Furthermore, he had already achieved divine aspect restoration. After the divine form returned to its original form, the first change was that the strength of one's cultivation would increase exponentially. Even though the saber light was shattered, the blood-red saber did not stop at all and continued its attack. It contained an extremely frightening murderous intent. Behind the saber light was a scarlet figure. His scarlet eyes were cold and crazy. He attacked with his saber and slashed with his saber continuously. It was as if he had gone crazy. He did not have the slightest thought of dodging or defending. All he did was to attack again and again. He attacked endlessly. It was a fighting style of exchanging injury for injury, exchanging life for life. Chen Zong had seen Luo Yan's battle before. He had a general idea of Luo Yan's fighting style. He was not afraid at all. With the boundless world sword in his hand, he slashed out again and again. Each strike carried an extremely terrifying divine power. In terms of the power of swordsmanship and saber technique, Chen Zong's world sword technique was undoubtedly stronger. However, in terms of overall strength, Chen Zong was a little inferior. This was because Luo Yan not only had an acquired king physique, but also had achieved divine aspect restoration. As a result, his cultivation strength was extremely terrifying, surpassing Chen Zong's. However, the amazing pressure of the world sword technique still allowed Chen Zong to fight Luo Yan head-on. He was not at a disadvantage at all. Ha 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 ha! Luo Yan seemed to have gone crazy. He attacked crazily faster and faster. The power of each strike seemed to be increasing little by little. His body was emitting a little red light. The red light was distributed all over his body and became denser. His aura was also becoming more and more amazing. Chen Zong suddenly frowned. How could it be? The power contained in Luo Yan's saber technique was getting more and more powerful. In the outside world, among the forces of Luo Yan, the murderous maniac, those who knew Luo Yan's background were smiling. Luo Yan's acquired blood berserker physique is not an ordinary acquired king physique. It is a rare physique that can temporarily stimulate his own potential in battle and transform it into battle strength. The more he fought, the stronger he became. This was Luo Yan's unique physique, the blood berserker physique. Generally speaking, the best way to deal with Luo Yan was to kill him at the beginning of the battle. Otherwise, as the battle continued, Luo Yan's potential would be temporarily stimulated little by little and transformed into battle strength, becoming stronger and more terrifying. This was also the reason why Luo Yan was so crazy in battle. Because such a crazy battle could better stimulate the power of the blood berserker physique, temporarily increasing his strength and becoming more powerful. Chen Zong did not know this. Gradually, Chen Zong felt that Luo Yan's saber was becoming more and more powerful. Every strike brought a strong threat to him. Although it was only saber technique, it had become very terrifying and amazing. In this way, he had to use all his strength. Bronze sword body. Full power. In an instant, the bronze god pattern appeared on Chen Zong's skin and spread to his face. It added an indescribable sense of ancient evil to Chen Zong. His aura also spread out, becoming more and more powerful and astonishing. The bronze sword body was fully activated, and the power of the mountain-crushing sword energy was also enhanced, making Chen Zong even more powerful. As Chen Zong's strength increased, Luo Yan seemed to be even more excited. Slash. 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 Chen Zong alternated between the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship. Not only did he resist Luo Yan's crazy saber attacks, but he also slashed Luo Yan's body from time to time. However, Luo Yan's armor seemed to be a Dao weapon with amazing defensive power. It greatly offset the power of his swordsmanship, so he did not suffer any obvious injuries. The more they fought, the stronger Luo Yan became. In the end, Luo Yan's strength doubled under the enhancement of the blood berserker physique. This was very amazing. Who is that man? How can he be on par with Luo Yan? In the distance, other geniuses also rushed over. After seeing the two sides of the battle, their pupils contracted slightly. They recognized one side, Luo Yan, the killing berserker. Compared to Luo Yan, Chen Zong's reputation was too low. In an instant, Luo Yan's power erupted. The bloody light swept out as if it had turned into a sea of blood. Bones floated in the sea of blood and spread out in all directions. Chen Zong immediately felt a terrible power fall directly on his body. It was a suppression from all directions. In addition to the amazing pressure, his blood was also stirred up. In addition, a terrible and boundless killing intent was constantly seeping into his body to cause damage. However, after Chen Zong's bronze sword body was fully activated, its power was even more amazing. He was not afraid at all. In an instant, as the sea of blood surged, blood-red sharks condensed one after another, erupting with amazing power and killing intent. They all pounced on Chen Zong and tore at him in a frenzy. Supreme Level Great Path Unique Technique. Blood Sea Shark. The blood-red sharks seemed to be endless. Each one of them carried a terrible power. Chen Zong struck with his sword. The sky fell and the earth cracked. With one strike, more than a dozen blood-red sharks were instantly defeated. They all exploded and turned into a pool of blood. However, this was not enough to alleviate the situation. Chen Zong swung his sword again. In an instant, the shadows of the sun, moon, and stars appeared. They were formed by sword chi. Each of them was filled with amazing power. As Chen Zong struck with his sword, they all fell. Supreme Level Great Path Unique Technique. Star Collapse. The stars of sword chi fell one after another with surging might. They unleashed astonishing power and struck the sea of blood, shattering the sharks and tearing the sea of blood apart. However, the shattered blood-red sharks condensed again. As long as Luo Yan's power was not exhausted, the sea of blood would not dry up. As long as the sea of blood did not dry up, the blood-red sharks would continue to condense. In the sea of blood, the blood-red sharks continued to condense and pounce on Chen Zong. Luo Yan held the demonic blade of slaughter and approached Chen Zong again. The blade seemed to be slashing and stabbing at the same time. Chen Zong suddenly felt his hair stand on end. It was as if his whole body was being cut open. That feeling was extremely horrifying. In the air, there seemed to be a subtle sound. The demonic blade of slaughter seemed to have disappeared. It turned into an extremely fine blood-red thread, like the line between the sky and the water. It directly tore through the air and attacked. The power was highly condensed and extremely condensed. Its might was extremely terrifying. Clearly, it was another powerful transcendent star-level secret technique. Luo Yan's power was far greater than Chen Zong's. In terms of consumption, Chen Zong could not win. As Luo Yan's blade slashed out, the blade light condensed into a fine line. Its power was extremely terrifying. It made Chen Zong feel a great sense of crisis. His body flashed and he quickly dodged. However, his cheek was still slashed. His protective power was directly torn apart, leaving a finger-long scar on his cheek. The three blood-red sharks pounced on him in an instant. Luo Yan's demonic blade of slaughter slashed out again. Another terrifying fine blade light broke through the air and attacked. Crisis. Chunzong suddenly fell into a strong sense of crisis. Even if he had superb heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship, and fully activated the bronze sword body and exerted the power of the two divine forms to the extreme, he was still at a disadvantage. At this moment, Luo Yan, who had pushed the blood berserker battle physique to the extreme, had also used a unique transcendent starry star level Great Tao Supreme skill like the Blood Sea Shark. He could also continuously use other transcendent starry star level Great Tao Supreme skills. His might was terrifying to the extreme, bringing intense pressure to Chunzong. Such strength had actually surpassed the level of the 50th place. Immediately, Luo Yan's figure flew up. In a flash, he split into three and attacked Chunzong from the left, the right, and the middle. Every time he swung his blade, the blade light condensed into a fine line. It was extremely fine and extremely terrifying. 3 moves. He directly displayed 3 supreme-level Great Path unique techniques at the same time. The power of each move was extremely terrifying. Moreover, they formed a triangle and directly surrounded Chunzong. At the same time, several blood-red sharks pounced on him from another direction. Chunzong directly fell into a dangerous situation. Just as Chunzong was about to display the sword sharpening technique, at the critical moment, his potential erupted. The 2 deity appearances on Su Mo's body suddenly emitted a shocking light. It was as dazzling as the sun. A shocking aura also spread out and filled the surroundings. The aura was so strong that it actually shattered the blood-red shark that was pouncing towards Su Mo. Chapter 2671. Continue to update explosively. The first bomb is presented, openly begging for monthly votes. The 2 divine forms shone brightly, blazing like the sun in the sky. They were extremely dazzling, and the aura they exuded was extremely powerful. It swept through everything and directly shattered the blood-red shark that was pouncing toward them. The 3 extremely fine saber lights also shook slightly and slowed down. Immediately after, the 2 divine forms that shone brightly began to shrink and retract. Divine forms returned to origin. Chi refinement and body refinement divine forms returned to origin at the same time. In the outside world, everyone who was paying attention to Chunzong was astonished. Divine forms returned to origin was a level between the 3rd realm and the 4th realm. It was a necessary step from the 3rd realm to the 4th realm. Divine forms return to origin could be said to be difficult, but it could also be said to be simple. The difficulty lay in raising one's cultivation level and divine forms to the limits of one's current level. Moreover, one had to find an opportunity. The simplicity lay in raising one's cultivation level and divine forms to the limits of one's current level and finding an opportunity. It would not take long for one to successfully achieve divine forms return to origin in an extremely short period of time. Just like now. The potential of the 2 divine forms was constantly released, and then it turned into 2 pure and majestic forces that surged like the tides of the sea and poured into Chunzong's body. The forces of the 2 divine forms were undoubtedly extremely powerful and shocking. For a moment, Chunzong's body was unable to move. Chunzong only felt that his body was constantly being poured into by the 2 forces, and he felt as if he was about to explode. However, in an instant, the Fiend God Sword Codex was activated, and the 2 extremely powerful forces were refined and controlled by Chunzong. The forces of the Chi refinement and body refinement divine forms truly merged at this moment. It was no longer a simple superposition like before. After the merged forces were controlled by Chunzong, their power increased exponentially. An extremely powerful aura surged out continuously, and it became more and more shocking. Ripples rolled like wild waves, and that kind of aura caused Luo Yan's expression to become extremely serious. After divine forms return to origin, Chunzong's strength will increase by a lot. That's great. Within the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, the members of the Tao Alliance were especially excited. After the god form returned to its original form, one's strength would become even stronger. Only then would one have a greater chance of surviving until the end in the universe secret realm and obtain great benefit. In the blink of an eye, the divine image returning to origin was only a process, a very short process that took less than 10 breaths of time. Chen Zong's body returned to its original size from 120 feet. The 120 feet Qi refining godly form also disappeared. However, Chen Zong's aura did not weaken at all. On the contrary, it became even more tyrannical, directly becoming several times stronger. Power. The power of the two divine forms surged within Chen Zong's body. It made Chen Zong feel as if he could shatter the sky with a single punch. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could stop his power. Of course, this was only a temporary illusion after his strength had increased by several times. Even though his strength had increased tremendously after the divine form restoration, he still hadn't reached the 4th level. However, among the 3rd realms, he was much stronger. Power. This feeling of strength increasing by several times was simply too wonderful. Not only did his cultivation strength increase by several times, but it was also several times more vigorous and majestic. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong's heart technique was circulating at all times. Coupled with his formidable divine insight that had attained the 3rd level, he instantly gained complete control of his explosive strength and didn't lose control in the slightest. He swung his sword and directly shattered the 3 fine saber lights that had suddenly slowed down. Let's continue the battle. Chen Zong stared at Luoyan with a smile on his face. Although Luoyan was shocked that Chen Zong's divine form restoration had increased his strength greatly during the battle, he was not afraid at all. On the contrary, his eyes were filled with blood-red light. He suddenly grasped the hilt of his saber with both hands, and endless blood-red light surged on the saber. Wisps of blood-red light intertwined and circled around the saber, bursting forth with an extremely shocking killing intent. The killing intent condensed and soared beyond the limit, reaching an extremely shocking height. The blood-red sharks collapsed one by one and returned to the blood sea. The blood sea surged endlessly and rolled back, crashing into Luoyan's body. Wisps of power were constantly extracted and integrated into the demonic saber of slaughter. Vaguely, a blood-red figure seemed to appear behind Luoyan. Like a demon of slaughter, its eyes emitted endless blood-red light. When the blood-red light came, Chen Zong instantly felt as if he had fallen into an endless blood sea. In the blood sea, there were countless skeletons floating. Chen Zong felt as if he had fallen into one of the skeletons. The skeletons around him stared at him with their empty eye sockets, sending chills down his spine as if he was about to be dragged into the boundless hell. Those skeletons instantly moved and flew toward Chen Zong with a deathly stillness. The rotten or bony arms grabbed at Chen Zong as if they wanted to drag Chen Zong into the abyss and drown him forever. The terrifying thing about the way of slaughter was that it could use the killing intent to make people fall into the illusion of killing intent, which was equivalent to an attack on the divine will and even the divine soul. Once someone fell into the illusion, they would lose their ability to react and be killed. This strike was Luoyan's most powerful strike. It was an extremely powerful secret killing move among the cultivation methods he cultivated. Although its power had not reached the level of a Moon-class unique technique, it had surpassed a Supreme-class unique technique. To some extent, it could be regarded as a half-step Moon-class unique technique. The power of this strike was extremely terrifying. However, Chen Zong's eyes flashed, and there seemed to be sword light shining in his eyes. A powerful sword-like divine will erupted in an instant. In an instant, sword light flashed in the boundless blood sea. The sword light split the sky and directly tore the blood sea apart. The floating skeletons in the blood sea that were flying toward Chen Zong were also cut into pieces by the sword chi. The blood sea collapsed, and Chen Zong directly got rid of the influence of the illusion of killing intent. In front of him, a terrifying blood-red saber light slashed down and directly attacked. He swung his sword. A sword broke through the sky, and an extremely powerful power directly erupted. It seemed as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The saber light shattered, and Chen Zong's terrifying sword light that could split the sky and the earth burst out with shocking power and directly cut through Luo Yan. He could not block it. The power of this strike was simply too powerful, and there was no way to block it at all. Die. Luo Yan's body was directly cut into pieces, and the terrifying sword force even shattered his body. Light soared into the sky, and the killing maniac Luo Yan was eliminated and appeared in the outside world. When Luo Yan's figure appeared, a terrifying murderous intent erupted and crazily swept through the surroundings. Anger. He was extremely furious. He had just entered the universe's secret territory not long ago and had not obtained the divine flame fruit. He had not killed many people and had not had his fill, and yet he was killed and eliminated. However, no matter how angry he was, it was useless because the universe will would not give him another chance to enter. In front of the universe will, all living things were equal. There was no other way. Although Luo Yan still had a trump card, it could not be used in the universe secret territory because that trump card was the power of the origin that surpassed the fifth realm. For example, the world-suppressing force that Chen Zong obtained previously was a type of power of the origin. That kind of power undoubtedly surpassed the third realm. In the outer layer of the universe secret territory, any external power that surpassed the third realm could not be used unless it was one's own power. This was limited by the universe will. By defeating Luo Yan with his own strength, Chen Zong proved his strength and directly replaced Luo Yan's ranking on the God General leaderboard, entering the 59th place. Top 100. It was hard to imagine that he would enter the top 100 in such a short time. After entering the top 100, Chen Zong felt that the universe will's attention on him increased significantly, which would be of great help to his cultivation. Of course, the biggest benefit was the gift from the universe will after breaking through to the fourth realm. The higher one's ranking, the more gifts one would receive. According to the usual practice since ancient times, when the top 100 broke through to the fourth realm, the gifts they would receive from the will of the universe were extremely shocking. It was enough to allow one to have a very significant growth after breaking through to the fourth realm and become even stronger, instantly surpassing other people who had just broken through. If one was in the top 10, then the gift would be even more shocking. After killing Luo Yan with one strike, Chen Zong also obtained some spoils of war and kept them. Following that, Chen Zong continued to search for treasures and God Fire fruit. After Chen Zong's god form returned to origin, his strength increased tremendously, and he became more and more powerful. The 59th place was not his true level at all, and he could definitely be higher. After all, he killed Luo Yan with one strike, so it was not a problem for him to enter the top 50, or even the top 30. With such strength, there were very few opponents in the outer layer of the universe secret territory. Only a few people could pose a real threat to Chen Zong. Following that, Chen Zong naturally continued to search for treasures with his powerful strength and collected them. Even if someone wanted to fight for them, they were no match for Chen Zong. The divine flame fruits were discovered one after another, and the number of people who obtained them was also increasing. The sword light flashed, splitting the sky and killing a person who was about to kill the war demon. "Thank you very much," the war demon said to Chen Zong, then turned around and left. In fact, if he wanted to, he could act together with Chen Zong. With Chen Zong's powerful strength, the war demon would definitely be more likely to stay until the end. However, the war demon had his own pride, and this pride did not allow him to do so. Even if he was eliminated, he would not seek protection. However, before he was eliminated, He would use this place to improve himself as much as he could. He believed that even if he was eliminated, his strength would definitely increase significantly and become stronger. That would be enough. Seeing the war demon leave, Chen Zong could feel the pride in his heart, so he did not ask the war demon to act together with him. Following the direction of one of the divine flame fruits, Chen Zong's figure flashed and transformed into a streak of sword light that flew over at an extremely fast speed. On the other side, after Chen Xiu collected a divine flame fruit, he flew towards Chen Zong with extreme speed. This was because the two of them could sense each other in this place. The closer they were, the clearer their senses would be. Now that the distance between them had reached a certain extent, their senses had become very clear. They could directly sense each other's specific location. Chen Xiu already knew that the strength of the current Chen Zong was extremely tyrannical. Chapter 2672. Explosive second bullet. There will be more later. Chen Xiu's speed wasn't slow at all. However, a figure flashed in front of him and blocked his path. An extremely terrifying aura was like a raging tide, like a landslide, directly locking onto Chen Xiu, tyrannical to the extreme. Suffocation. Under the impact of the other party's aura, Chen Xiu could not help but feel suffocated. The difference was too great. Hand over the divine flame fruit. This person was dressed in a long black robe. The robe was gilded with gold, and it gave off a luxurious feeling. He wore a black gold crown on his head, and his complexion was somewhat dark. It was as if there was a thin layer of black halo covering his skin, and his eyes shone with a cold light. Black Light Marquis. Chen Xiu's pupils shrank. Here, as an expert on the divine general role, after seeing each other, one could know the other's ranking and basic information from the divine general role. Black Light Marquis. He was ranked 6th among the top 10 experts on the divine general role. Chen Xiu, on the other hand, was only ranked in the 9,000th. The difference was indescribable, like a natural chasm. Such a difference meant that he could not defeat or escape. As for waiting for his real body to arrive, the possibility of that was very slim. Here you go. Chen Xiu took out the divine flame fruit without hesitation and threw it to Black Light Marquis. If the divine flame fruit was gone, so be it. As long as he was still here and had not been eliminated, he could still get other treasures that were useful to him. Moreover, Chen Xiu's cultivation had not reached the limit of the third realm. The longer he stayed here, the faster he would improve and the greater the benefit. It was not worth it to let himself be eliminated for a divine flame fruit. The moment he threw the divine flame fruit, Chen Xiu immediately flew to the side, intending to meet up with his real body first. At least you know what's good for you. Black Light Marquis reached out and grabbed the divine flame fruit. A cold smile appeared on his face, but it soon became cruel. However, did I say that you can leave? As the voice rang out, the Black Light Marquis lips curled into a sneer. His eyes shone with a chilling light. His 5 fingers curled and filled with a layer of black light that flowed like water. In an instant, he grabbed out. In an instant, a black claw swiped across the sky. A terrifying aura directly locked down the void and froze it in an instant. Chen Xiu only felt his body stiffen. He was imprisoned by an invisible force and could not move at all. The difference in strength was too big. The difference between the 9,000th place and the 6th place was simply immeasurable. In an instant, Chen Xiu's body was grabbed by the black palm, unable to move at all. "How should I deal with you?" the Black Light Marquis said mockingly. He stroked his chin as if he was thinking, should I just crush him to death or crush his limbs first? He was actually considering how to deal with Chen Xiu. Forget it. I'll crush your limbs first before crushing all your bones. I'll leave you to fend for yourself here. After pondering for a few breaths of time, the Black Light Marquis had already made an absolute decision. This might be even more interesting. Hearing this, Chen Xiu's expression changed. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and his killing intent was shocking. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. The difference in strength was too great. One should know that the top 10 on the Divine General Leaderboard had terrifying strength that was comparable to an ordinary Fourth Realm cultivator. For example, the Black Light Marquis had an amazing record of fighting a Fourth Realm cultivator without being defeated. Cracking sounds continued to be heard. Chen Xiu's face suddenly changed and turned pale. The bones in his legs were being crushed inch by inch. Chen Xiu did not make a sound at all, enduring the pain of the bones in his legs being crushed inch by inch. Initially, the Black Light Marquis face was filled with excitement, but in the end, he frowned, because Chen Xiu did not make a sound. Humph! With a cold snort, the Black Light Marquis used more strength. Not only did he crush Chen Xiu's leg bones inch by inch, but he also seeped his own terrifying strength into the broken bones, further increasing the pain by several times in an instant. With such excruciating pain, even with Chen Xiu's amazing willpower, it was difficult to bear. He could not help but groan. This slight groan immediately made the Black Light Marquis even more excited. In an instant, Chen Xiu's calf bones were crushed. Following that, his knees were also crushed. However, after a slight groan, Chen Xiu did not make a sound. On his pale face, there was even a strange smile. This strange smile, in the eyes of the Black Light Marquis, was so glaring. It was as if the smile was mocking him, and it made him furious. In his fury, the Black Light Marquis power surged. Just as he was about to crush Chen Xiu's legs completely, a terrifying sword will suddenly press down across the sky, followed by a ray of sword light. The sword light was bronze in color, deep and boundless. It exploded with a terrifying force that could destroy mountains. Within it, there was a peerless sharpness that could tear apart everything between heaven and earth. It was invincible and came slashing down. The sword light was like a crescent moon that split the sky. The sword will and power in it directly made the Black Light Marquis expression change. However, the Black Light Marquis did not let go of Chen Xiu. His other hand suddenly pushed out horizontally. A huge black palm print condensed like a mountain, carrying an incomparably vigorous and vast aura, blasted out. The Black Light Palm Print. This was the Black Light Marquis's specialty. The Black Palm Print was like a mountain, vigorous and overbearing. The power contained in it was extremely terrifying, as if it could crush everything. It collided with the bronze sword light and resisted each other. Following the sword light, a figure flew out as if crossing the void. Body and sword became one, and he attacked the Black Light Marquis. The sword will was incomparably domineering and sharp. It was Chen Zong. Chen Zong had rushed over as soon as he sensed Chen Xiu. He did not expect that he was still a little too late, and Chen Xiu was in such a dangerous situation. He attacked in anger, but Chen Zong did not let his anger get to his head. The sword light was extremely sharp. After the divine form restoration, Chen Zong's strength had increased several times. The power of each sword was increasingly terrifying. Kill. This sword was the heart swordsmanship, which integrated the essence of many superb great path sword techniques. It not only had the heart swordsmanship itself, but also had an incomparably clear perception and influence of the surroundings. It also had the amazing speed and terrifying sharpness of other great path sword technique. Close combat was Chen Zong's forte. For a time, the Black Light Marquis was under great pressure. He had to let go of Chen Xiu and focus on dealing with Chen Zong. When the Black Light Marquis focused on dealing with Chen Zong immediately felt the pressure increase. Strong. The strength of the Black Light Marquis was very strong. The great path martial arts he displayed had also reached the level of a lost technique. Like Chen Zong, it was the power of a lower star-class lost technique. In terms of martial arts realm, Chen Zong did not have the advantage. The Black Light Marquis was also in the divine form restoration. The cultivation method he cultivated was very advanced, and he also had the acquired Black Light Sacred Body. His strength was simply terrifying. Suppress. After fighting for less than 10 breaths, Chen Zong gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. He was too strong. Was this the strength of the top 10 on the Divine General list? Chen Xiu fell to the ground and quickly took out some elixirs, crushed them, and sprinkled them on his crushed calf. He took some elixirs and immediately ran the cultivation method to consume the elixir's power, refining and absorbing them into the crushed calf bone. In an instant there was a piercing pain in his calf bone, accompanied by a numbing and itchy feeling, as if countless ants were crawling on it. It was very uncomfortable. Chen Xiu endured because his calf bone was in the process of being repaired. He had to endure it. If he could not help but scratch, it would leave a scar, which would be very disadvantageous. While repairing, Chen Xiu looked at the Black Light Marquis and Chen Zong. Fight. Chen Zong gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. The power of the acquired sacred body was extremely strong, making the Black Light Marquis power majestic and overbearing. It was full of amazing power. Every blow seemed to be able to destroy and shatter everything. It was extremely terrifying. The ground around them was broken and shattered by the bombardment and turned into powder. Suppress. Chen Zong felt that he was being suppressed. The opponent's strength was very strong, even stronger than his. In addition, the opponent's martial arts were also very advanced, and his combat experience was also very amazing. There was a big gap in strength, and it could not be helped. Even if Chen Zong had cultivated the first level of the Celestial Demon Sword Codex to the extreme, and had power that was not inferior to the acquired King Body, and was close to the acquired King Body, he still could not be compared with a Sacred Body, even if it was only an acquired Sacred Body. Although an acquired Sacred Body was not as good as an innate Sacred Body, it was much stronger than an innate King Body. Chen Zong could still fight, but because of the Heart Sutra, although he was at a disadvantage, he was also in an invincible position. You have 2 divine flame fruits on you. Hand them over, and I'll give you a quick death. The Black Light Marquis said as he attacked, and there seemed to be a black light in his eyes. Chen Zong ignored him, and focused on attacking with his sword, using the Black Light Marquis as a whetstone. After breaking through to the divine form convergence, Chen Zong's realm had improved again, which meant that Chen Zong could reorganize what he had learned in the past and further refine it. For example, before the divine form convergence, it might be difficult to master the lost skills, but after the divine form convergence, the difficulty of mastering the lost skills decreased a lot. This was because the divine form convergence was closer to the 4th realm. Chen Zong had just broken through to the divine form convergence not long ago, and had not had the time to properly organize what he had learned. Now, he could use the pressure from the Black Light Marquis to speed up the process. Die! The Black Light Marquis seemed to have sensed Chen Zong's intention, and his expression changed drastically. He was the Black Light Marquis, a top genius among the itinerant cultivators, and a peerless genius who had obtained an ancient inheritance. He had always treated others as whetstones, so how could he become someone else's whetstone? Explode! An extremely terrifying power suddenly burst out. A palm blasted out, and a palm print swept across the sky. It was another black light palm print, but compared to before, it was many times more tyrannical. Suppress. Chen Zong only felt a shocking combination of will and power, and it rushed toward him, suppressing him in all directions. For a moment, he felt that it was difficult to move. Star collapse. Chen Zong directly exploded, using his strongest sword, but under the black light palm print it was shattered. The difference in power was too great. This palm directly pushed Chen Zong back thousands of meters, and his chi and blood were turbulent. His power fluctuated continuously, and it was difficult to bear. The terrifying power raged in Chen Zong's body, trying to destroy Chen Zong's body. Even with the strength of the bronze sword body, he felt that it was difficult to bear. The strength of the top 10 on the Divine General list was too strong. The Black Light Marquis gathered his power again, and condensed it on his palm. The black light fluctuated continuously, and an astonishing aura raged in all directions. The power was more powerful than the previous palm. In an instant, the 81st Divine Flame Fruit was discovered. At the moment when the last Divine Flame Fruit was discovered, the voice of the will of the universe also sounded in everyone's mind. The Black Light Marquis, who was gathering his power and was about to use the black light palm print again, dispersed the power in his hand, and looked coldly at Chen Zong as if to say, "Count yourself lucky." Chapter 2673. Third update. At this moment, regardless of whether they were being chased or being chased, all of them stopped moving. That was because the last divine fire fruit had been obtained. The voice of the will of the universe also sounded in everyone's mind. Stop. That was because the first stage was over. There were 81 divine fire fruits in the first stage. When all of them were found and obtained, it meant that the first stage was over. At that moment, no matter who you were, whether you wanted to kill or be killed, you had to stop. Otherwise, you would be disqualified as violating the rules. That was why Black Light Marquis dispersed the power in his hand, and did not attack Chen Zong again. The voice of the will of the universe sounded in everyone's mind from time to time. There were 9,999 people who entered the outer layer. Now that the first stage was over, there were more than 8,300 people left. More than 1,600 people had been eliminated. However, that was not enough. According to the will of the universe, only 6,666 people could enter the second stage. That was to say, before the second stage began, more than 1,000 people had to be eliminated. So, how could they be eliminated? Soon, everyone knew about it. Crack the chess game. In an instant, an enormous chessboard appeared high up in the sky, covering the entire area as it came crashing down. Black chess pieces also appeared on the huge chessboard and spread out, forming a chess game that looked simple but was actually very complicated. The chess game of destiny. This chess game was set up by the will of the universe. The will of heaven was like a knife, and everyone felt a sense of horror under it. The chess game cracking began. Of course, if one did not want to crack it, they could give up and be eliminated directly. However, no one would give up. No matter what, they had to try. What if they could enter the second stage? No one knew what the second stage was like, but there was no harm in entering the second stage. Perhaps there would be great benefits. Everyone sprang into action. Their eyes glittered as their consciousnesses touched the chessboard of heaven's will. Instantly, the chessboard of heaven's will shattered, transforming into countless fragments that appeared in front of everyone and enveloped them. People were chess pieces in the chessboard. Chen Zong looked around. A chessboard shrouded him, and his whole person seemed to have turned into a chess piece. It was very mysterious. The will of the universe also surged into his mind. The Heaven's Will chessboard had 999 moves and had to be solved within a set time. The more moves one could solve, the better. When the time was up, the top 6,666 would be selected to enter the second stage, while the rest would be eliminated. Everyone immediately started cracking the code. Chen Zong stared at the first black chess piece. Suddenly, he felt as if his consciousness had left his body and entered the chess piece. The black chess piece transformed into a swordsman with a long sword in his hand. The swordsman was expressionless, but his eyes were extremely sharp. Cold light flickered in his eyes like the edge of a sword, capable of tearing everything apart. The black-clothed swordsman didn't say a word, but his entire body was filled with an extremely shocking sword intent. That sword intent seemed to split the sky as a sword followed up with an attack. It looked like a very simple stab, but it gave Chen Zongxing a feeling that he couldn't dodge it. Since that was the case, there was no need to dodge. As soon as Chen Zong lifted his sword, he immediately realized that his cultivation power and the power of the Great Path had all disappeared. All that was left was a very ordinary power. What was going on? However, Chen Zong also realized that his One Heart Sutra was still operating and was not restricted. Swordsmanship. In an instant, Chen Zong knew that the way to solve the game was to defeat the black-clothed swordsman transformed by the black chess piece. It was still a contest of swordsmanship, using swordsmanship to solve the game. As for how the others solved the game, Chen Zong didn't know. That had nothing to do with him. He just needed to focus on solving his own game. The black-clothed swordsman's stab demonstrated the profound swordsmanship of a swordsman, which made Chen Zong excited. He didn't defeat him directly. On the contrary, he habitually suppressed his own swordsmanship attainment and fought fiercely with him. This was because Chen Zong felt that although the black-clothed swordsman's realm of swordsmanship was not as high as his application of swordsmanship was very brilliant. It seemed that he had fully developed and displayed the power of his realm. It was extraordinary. And this happened to be what Chen Zong lacked. Chen Zong's current swordsmanship attainment had reached a very high level. It was at the level of a unique skill. However, because Chen Zong's speed of improvement was faster, it was inevitable that he lacked in the development of each realm of swordsmanship. In other words, he was not so thorough and comprehensive. Even with the help of the One Heart Sutra, Chen Zong did not fully explore all his potential in each realm of swordsmanship. This was because Chen Zong's speed of improvement was too fast. Martial arts like swordsmanship could not be faked. If one wanted to improve, he had to put in time and effort to practice hard. Although he was talented, he could only shorten the time, but he could not reach the sky in a single bound. It was the same for all external help. Of course, Chen Zong had been working hard to make up for his shortcomings. However, because of his continuous improvement, he had not made up for it before. Now that he had made a breakthrough, there was new potential to explore. This allowed Chen Zong to improve at every moment. Now, the way to solve the Destiny chess game had undoubtedly provided Chen Zong with an excellent opportunity to refine his swordsmanship. Chen Zong was best at suppressing his own swordsmanship to the same realm as the black-clothed swordsman. He could feel the application of his opponent's swordsmanship during the battle and absorb its essence to supplement himself. With the One Heart Sutra, Chen Zong could analyze the mystery of his opponent's swordsmanship every breath and absorb it. Chen Zong and the black-clothed swordsman were constantly exchanging blows with their swordsmanship to understand the mystery and make up for the shortcomings of his own swordsmanship. The others were also trying to solve the game. Among them, Black Light Marquis was the fastest. In the blink of an eye, he had solved the first move. Then, in less than a breath, he had solved the second move and then the third. Step by step, in just a short span of 10 breaths, Black Light Marquis had broken through dozens of steps. Such a speed of breaking was extremely shocking. Black Light Marquis' speed of solving the game was fast, but there were others who were not far behind. It could be said that most people were solving the game quickly, trying to solve as many moves as possible within the limited time. If possible, it would be best to solve the Destiny chess game completely. Not long after, Black Light Marquis had solved 100 moves. Soon, he had solved 111 moves. However, the next move was not so easy. However, Black Light Marquis only spent a little time to solve it successfully. What's wrong with that kid? Others have solved at least 10 moves. Why hasn't he solved even the first move? Those who were paying attention to Chen Zong were suddenly surprised and puzzled. The outside world could see the number of moves that everyone had solved the game. Of course, they could not see the specific situation. With his swordsmanship attainment, it shouldn't be like this. What is this junior thinking? Doesn't he know that time is limited? Very few people noticed that, in addition to Chernzong, there was actually another person who was in the first move. That was Chen Xiu. At this moment, Chernzong stood still. His eyes flashed and a smile appeared on his face. "Thank you for your contribution," Chernzong said to the black-robed swordsman. Of course, the black-robed swordsman was not a real person and did not pay any attention to Chernzong. He continued to attack with his sword. With a flash of sword light, Chernzong killed the black-robed swordsman. The first move was successfully solved, and he stepped into the second move. The second move's black chess piece turned into a black-robed swordsman and attacked again. It felt more brilliant than the first move's black-robed swordsman. However, it was only a little more brilliant. There was no difference in essence. After exchanging a few blows with the black-robed swordsman, Chernzong found that the black-robed swordsman could still be of some help to him. Therefore, he spent some time to exchange blows with the black-robed swordsman. "Ha ha ha ha, who can compare with me?" Black Light Marquis laughed. Now, he had successfully solved the 222nd move and was starting to solve the 223rd move. At this speed, there was hope that he could successfully solve the Destiny chess game within the allotted time. It seemed that the first person to solve the Destiny chess game would receive an unexpected benefit. Then, he would gladly accept this unexpected benefit. Immediately, Black Light Marquis' heart skipped a beat. He took the time to check the progress of the others. He found that the second person had solved more than 200 moves and was constantly closing in on him. Chernzong, who had previously fought with him, was only solving the fifth move. This speed was pathetically slow. What a piece of trash! Black Light Marquis could not help but look contemptuous. Then, he focused on solving. He did not notice that Chernzong's solving speed was gradually increasing. This was because Chernzong was constantly making up for the shortcomings of his swordsmanship when he was at a lower realm. Black Light Marquis' solving speed is the fastest. It seems that he has the chance to be the first to succeed. No, Black Light Marquis is only in the limelight for a while. He will definitely not be the first to solve. The first person to solve will most likely be him. Who? Samsara God. Samsara God. Who was this? He was the #1 expert on the Divine General list. Since he was ranked first, his position had never been shaken. Even the #2 expert on the Divine General list was no match for him. The difference in strength was quite obvious. Besides Samsara God, there are a few people who have more hope than Black Light Marquis to be the first to completely solve the Destiny chess game. Since ancient times, the first person to solve the Destiny chess game would receive additional benefit. This was a gift from the will of the universe. Unfortunately, the Destiny chess game was set up by the will of the universe. Even a saint-level expert could not recreate it. There had been experts who tried to imitate it, but the result was that it was a waste of time, energy, and many treasures. They could only give up. Compared to the will of the universe, saint-level experts were very strong, but they were still incomparable. In the continuous solving, Chernzong's swordsmanship was also constantly made up for. When his swordsmanship was at a lower realm, Chernzong's flaws were rapidly disappearing due to his rapid improvement. This allowed Chernzong to gradually increase his solving speed. Chapter 2674. Fourth update, another 12,000 words, monthly votes go. The Heavens Will chessboard had 999 moves, but it was divided into 9 levels and 9 levels. The first level was 111 moves, the second level was 222 moves, and so on up to 9 levels. In other words, every 111 moves was a level. Every level was a level. The first level was the easiest to crack, the second level was harder, and the third level was even harder. Therefore, it was normal that the cracking speed would slow down towards the end, even if it was fast at the beginning. For example, Black Light Marquis' speed at the beginning was amazing. He cracked the first level in an extremely short period of time and started cracking the second level. Now, he had cracked the second level in a short period of time and started cracking the third level. However, his cracking speed had obviously slowed down. When Black Light Marquis was cracking the third level, Chernzong was still cracking the first level, and he was only cracking the first few moves of the first level. At this moment, there were more than 1,000 people who had cracked the second level. Although the others were still at the first level, most of them were in the middle or late stage of the first level. There were not many who were still in the early stage. Chernzong and Chen Xiu were undoubtedly at the bottom. Even War Demon's cracking speed was faster than the two of them. We must believe in Chernzong. That's right, Chernzong must have his own ideas. The people of the Doctrine Alliance in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court said. Maybe he has exhausted his potential. An expert from the demon tribe sneered. Even if he has exhausted his potential, he is still better than you. You don't even have a single person on the Divine General list. An elder of the Doctrine Alliance retorted. The other party was speechless. Moreover, had Chernzong really exhausted his potential? Black Light Marquis was still in the lead. He had successfully cracked the third level and was in the middle of cracking the fourth level. However, at this time, several people had caught up and were gradually closing in on Black Light Marquis. As for Chernzong, he had just successfully cracked the first level and was about to enter the second level. Chernzong found that the black-clothed swordsman at the second level was obviously much more powerful than the swordsman at the first level. His application of swordsmanship was also amazing. However, its application did not deviate from the first level. It could be said that it was based on the first level. This way, Chernzong wouldn't be as slow as he was in the first level. In addition, Chernzong also realized that while he was slowly fighting with the black-clothed swordsman to hone his swordsmanship, it was also a kind of accumulation. The accumulation of the chess game of heavens would be more helpful for the later deciphering. This was because, even though the difficulty of the subsequent deciphering had increased, there was a feeling that it was still the same. As for whether it was true or not, Chernzong at least had a feeling. He was not completely sure yet. However, as long as he continued to accumulate knowledge, he should be clearer in the future. With the accumulation of the first level and Chernzong's own ability, it was actually very easy to crack the second level. However, Chernzong still did not choose to break through quickly. Instead, he continued to accumulate knowledge steadily. Chernzong did so, and so did Chen Xiu. Black Light Marquis successfully cracked the fourth level and entered the fifth level. He was still in the lead. However, immediately after, there were people who entered the fifth level and were infinitely close to Black Light Marquis. This made Black Light Marquis' expression change drastically. There was an indescribable sense of urgency and pressure. Chernzong successfully cracked the second level and entered the third level. At this time, Chernzong's cracking efficiency was no longer at the bottom. He had surpassed some people. Time passed slowly. There was still most of the time left in the huge void hole. When he cracked the third level, Chernzong was still in the state of accumulation. This was because Chernzong found that he could really accumulate knowledge. In this way, perhaps when he cracked the third level, it would be of great help. Damn it! Black Light Marquis had successfully cracked another level. However, he found that there was someone else who had successfully cracked it and was on par with him. This made him feel even more pressured. He tried his best to crack it. However, he was overtaken. The person who overtook him was someone who ranked lower than him on the Divine General list. He was ranked 9th on the Divine General list, and his name was Mo Ma. After being overtaken, Black Light Marquis tried his best to catch up. However, he found that it was very difficult. Because of his chaotic state of mind, his cracking efficiency was affected. When Black Light Marquis realized this, Emoma was a few steps ahead again. Calm down. Black Light Marquis was worthy of being called an outstanding person. He took a deep breath, calmed down, and cracked it again. Not long after, the second person overtook Black Light Marquis. He was ranked third on the Divine General list, and his name was Louis. Then, the third person overtook Black Light Marquis. This made Black Light Marquis' face even gloomier. Then, the fourth person overtook Black Light Marquis. He was ranked first on the Divine General list, Samsara Divine Lord. Black Light Marquis' face darkened again, but he did not say anything. He did not feel much about being overtaken by Samsara Divine Lord. After all, Samsara Divine Lord was a monster. Subconsciously, Black Light Marquis looked at Chunzong again. He was suddenly stunned. He had successfully cracked the third level and had just entered the fourth level. For no reason, Black Light Marquis felt a burst of pressure. Crack, crack, crack. When Black Light Marquis successfully cracked the fifth level and entered the sixth level, he was no longer the fastest. Instead, he had fallen to the sixth fastest level. The first person to completely crack the chess game of Heaven's will was wanted by everyone, because it would be an additional gift from the will of the universe. Chunzong cracked the third level and entered the fourth level. His cracking speed increased again. Immediately, Chunzong also noticed that there was only half of the time left. According to his current cracking speed, it would be very difficult and almost impossible to completely crack the game before the time was up. Then next I'll do my best to crack it, Chunzong said to himself. In terms of swordsmanship realm, he had basically made up for it. It was enough. From the 334th step onwards, Chunzong really started cracking it with all his might. Fast. As soon as he cracked it, Chunzong immediately showed an amazing speed. It should be known that the first level was the easiest to crack, so many people were very fast. When it came to the fourth level, almost everyone's cracking speed would drop significantly. However, Chunzong was now abnormal. He cracked the first 3 levels faster and much faster. Of course, when Chunzong cracked the first 3 levels, his speed was very slow because he deliberately accumulated and honed his skills. Now that he did not intend to accumulate, his speed was naturally very amazing. Fast, fast, fast. Chunzong cracked the 4th level at an amazing speed. Not long after, he successfully cracked the 4th level and entered the 5th level. Now, the fastest person was still in the 6th level and had not yet reached the 7th level. When Chunzong cracked the 5th level and entered the 6th level, there were also people who entered the 7th level. Black Light Marquis also entered the 7th level. However, the difficulty of the 7th level had increased significantly, causing great obstacles to those who cracked it one by one. Now there were 2 people in the lead. One was Emoma, and the other was Reincarnation Lord. Although the cracking speed of these 2 people had also decreased, compared to the others it was still much faster. Even in the 6th level, Chunzong's cracking speed did not drop much. It was still very amazing. Now, in terms of cracking speed, Chunzong had surpassed most of the people and was enough to enter the top 100. The people of the 9 Heaven Imperial Tao Alliance were overjoyed. The people of the Trade Wind Tower also heaved a sigh of relief. Now, Chunzong was the most outstanding person of the younger generation in the Trade Wind Tower. No one could compare to him. The more outstanding Chunzong's performance was, the more beneficial it would be for the Trade Wind Tower. It would greatly increase the reputation of the Trade Wind Tower. On the contrary, the people of the Wanren sect, including the Sky Splitter Sword Emperor and the others in the Sky Splitter Sword Palace of the Wanren sect, all had ugly expressions. How could this be? How could this be? The more outstanding Chen Zong was, the more uncomfortable they felt. The murderous intent in their hearts grew stronger. They thought of their closed-door disciple, Tian Heng. If he did not die, he would have entered the universe's secret realm by now. His performance should be good too. Heartache, hatred, murderous intent. The Sky-Splitter Sword Emperor almost went crazy. All of this had nothing to do with Chen Zong because Chen Zong did not feel anything. At this moment, Chen Zong had successfully cracked the 6th level and entered the 7th level. As for Mo Ma and Reincarnation Lord, they were at the late stage of the 7th level and were close to the 8th level. He caught up. Great. Those who had a good relationship with Chen Zong were all overjoyed. The moment he entered the 7th level, Chen Zong immediately felt that the difficulty of cracking had greatly increased. However, with Chen Zong's super high comprehension and solid foundation, as well as the assistance of the Heart Sutra, his cracking speed did not decrease by much. Fast. Even faster. In the previous cracking, although Chen Zong had sped up his cracking speed, he still had some accumulations. These accumulations could still play a supporting role in his current cracking speed. Simply put, every step of the chessboard of destiny was connected to the previous step. Hence, if one had some accumulations from the first step and paid attention to it step by step, then every step would be easier to crack. However, if one step was broken and there was no accumulation, then it might not have much of an impact. However, if there was not enough accumulation, then the impact would be obvious. Chen Zong was accumulating knowledge at every step, and he had accumulated knowledge at every level. That was why his speed of deciphering was so fast. Surpassed. Suddenly, Chen Zong's cracking speed first caught up with Black Light Marquis, and then surpassed him. Damn it! Black Light Marquis could not help but curse. His heart was in chaos again. He had actually been surpassed. This person's cracking speed was extremely slow previously. He did not expect him to be so fast now. However, no matter how angry he was, it was useless. He could only try his best to catch up, hoping to catch up with and surpass Chen Zong. However, that was just a thought. Chen Zong did not feel much about surpassing Black Light Marquis. He continued to crack, step by step, and surpassed another one. He gradually closed in on Mo Ma and Samsara Divine Lord. At this time, Mo Ma and Samsara Divine Lord cracked the last step of the 7th level at the same time and entered the 8th level. Chen Zong's cracking speed was ranked 3rd. Compared to the previous last place, it was unknown how much faster he was, which was shocking. Chapter 2675. I'll continue to update like crazy today. Here's the first update. Also, I'll ask for monthly vote. What did it mean to be irresistible? What did it mean to leave others in the dust? What did it mean to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? All of these seemed to be describing Chen Zong at this moment. The 7th level was solved. Entering the 8th level and catching up with Mo Ma and the Reincarnation Divine Lord made the outside world subconsciously hold their breaths, including those 6th and 7th realms experts. The other saints were also watching with interest. Chen Zong was just a disciple of an emperor-level force, but he was so outstanding that he surpassed many top prodigies of the sacred grounds. Mo Ma and the Reincarnation Divine Lord were also very surprised that there was someone who could catch up with them. Using the Heart Sutra at full force, and with continuous accumulation and an extremely solid foundation, he solved in all aspects, and his solving efficiency was extremely shocking. But even so, Chen Zong still did not really catch up with Mo Ma and the Reincarnation Divine Lord for a while. After all, the innate divine body was really too terrifying. It was outstanding in all aspects, and in terms of comprehension, it was naturally also very shocking. The Black Light Marquis had already been forgotten. Almost everyone was paying attention to the progress of the reincarnation Divine Lord, Ma and Chunzong. The difficulty of solving the 8th level was already very shocking. Currently, there were only 3 people who could solve it. Step by step, they kept getting closer to the 9th level. Immediately, the 3 of them advanced side by side. Almost at the same time, they solved the 8th level and entered the 9th level. The last 111 steps. It was also the most crucial 111 step. Whether it was the reincarnation Divine Lord, Ma or Chunzong, they all broke out with all their strength to solve it. The reincarnation Divine Lord was 1 step ahead, but then Ma immediately chased after him. Then Chunzong chased after him and overtook him. But just as he overtook him, he was overtaken again. Nervous. The progress of the deciphering process was chaotic, making everyone feel nervous. Then, who would be the first to successfully solve the Heavens Will chessboard? After all, there was not much time left. Time passed bit by bit. The black light marquis was stuck at the 8th level, and it was getting increasingly difficult for him. It was the same for the others. At most, they could only break through to the 8th level, and their progress was getting slower and slower. If they wanted to break through to the 9th level, it would be extremely difficult. As for Sir God Samsara, Ma and Chunzong, even though their progress had slowed down, they didn't stop. From time to time, they would solve a step and continue to the next step. Fight. Competing with others, competing with time. 953 steps. 954 steps. The 960th step. The 970th step. The 980th step. The 990th step. There were only 9 steps left before he could completely break this chess game. But at this point, it was as if every step was a threshold, and every step was a world away. Chunzong felt extremely strained, even with the assistance of the Heart Sutra. Both Divine Lord Samsara and Ma felt the same way. Difficult. Deciphering it was extremely difficult. Finally, Chunzong succeeded in deciphering another step, surpassing Ma and Sir God Samsara. This time, Ma and Sir God Samsara didn't chase after him, because they were stuck in the middle of deciphering. 992 steps. 993 steps. 994 steps. When Chunzong had solved the 995 steps, Ma and Sir God Samsara had only solved the 993 step. They were 2 steps behind Chunzong. If it had been before, the 2 steps wouldn't have been a big deal, and it would have been easy to decipher. But now, every step was like a chasm, and it was extremely difficult to decipher a step. Hurry, hurry! Time is almost up. The last 3 steps. There were only 3 steps left to deciphering it completely, but there wasn't much time left. Based on the speed of deciphering, it would be difficult to decipher it before the end. Their previous thoughts were a little naive, and they had taken it for granted. Perhaps if there wasn't a time limit or if there was more time, more people would be able to decipher it successfully. But in a limited time, it was still extremely difficult. Chunzong also noticed that there wasn't much time left. That's the only way. Chunzong's eyes shone brightly, and he didn't hesitate to explode. 1 Heart Sutra's 100 Intents. Ever since he grasped the 100 concepts of the heart, Chunzong had rarely used it. This was because using the 100 concepts of the heart would greatly exhaust the power of his mind. With his current power of mind, he could only maintain it for 20 breaths of time. After 20 breaths of time, his mental strength would be depleted. Usually, Chunzong wouldn't use it, but now there wasn't much time left, and there were only 3 steps left. He could only give it a try. If he could be the first to decipher the chess game of destiny, he would be able to receive an additional gift from the will of the universe. It was worth a try. Of course, based on the current situation, it was almost impossible to decipher it successfully unless he had some special means. Go for it. 100 Intents. Explode. In an instant, countless rays of light circulated in Chen Zong's eyes. Every ray of light shone with an amazing mysterious light, intertwining and explaining endless mysteries. Time continued to pass. Under 100 intents, Chen Zong's deciphering speed suddenly increased. It wasn't 10 times faster than 10 times, but 10 times or even 100 times faster. This was because the comprehension and deciphering of 100 intents were more comprehensive, and the efficiency it brought was more than 1 plus 1. In one breath of time, the 996th step was successfully deciphered. Then, in just 3 breaths of time, the 997th step was deciphered. Then, in 6 breaths of time, the 998th step was successfully deciphered, and there was only 1 step left. 10 breaths. When 10 breaths passed, Chen Zong only felt that the majestic and vigorous mind power in his body had been completely exhausted. A wave of indescribable weakness also spread out along with it and swept out. But Chen Zong forcibly held on and continued to decipher it. 11 breaths. The black-clothed swordsman, whose swordsmanship was superb and extremely shocking, was instantly killed. He was killed by Chen Zong's last stroke. Pause. Chen Zong only felt that everything around him was frozen. Success! He really deciphered it. First 1. Those who knew Chen Zong were stunned, and then they were ecstatic and excited. Sky-splitting Sword Emperor and the others looked gloomy. Being the first to decipher it meant that they would receive an additional gift from the universe's will. Once they received the gift from the universe's will, they would definitely become stronger and more shocking. The hope of avenging their last disciple, Marquis Tian Hen's sword, would be lower. Both Samsara Divine Lord and Mo Ma were at the 996th step. Feeling that Chen Zong had successfully deciphered it, they were both stunned and disheartened. Finally, when the time was up, the two of them stopped at the 996th step. As for the others, only a few dozen of them managed to decipher the 9th step. The rest stopped at the 8th, 7th, and 6th step. The lowest progress was at the 4th step. In an instant, the chessboards shattered and turned into wisps of mysterious aura. They gathered towards Chen Zong and enveloped Chen Zong. The moment he was enveloped by the mysterious aura, Chen Zong also felt the message from the universe's will. Gift. The first person to decipher the chess game of destiny would receive an additional gift from the universe's will. And this gift could be chosen by Chen Zong. With a thought, Chen Zong made his choice without hesitation. Comprehend the Tao of Heart. The Tao of World had the World Scroll of the World Lord. Currently, he could still continue to comprehend the mysteries from it. As for the Tao of Sword, Chen Zong had an extremely profound and solid foundation. In addition to his own talent and comprehension, he had been improving. However, the Tao of Heart did not progress as fast as the Tao of Sword and the Tao of World due to the lack of opportunities. However, in the universe, there were relatively few people who comprehended the Tao of Heart. This opportunity was even harder to find. However, the Tao of Heart had to be improved. Therefore, Chen Zong chose to comprehend the Tao of Heart without hesitation. As the mysterious aura enveloped him, it began to change. Gradually, it formed a world. In this place, wisps of aura filled the air. Every wisp of aura had an unpredictable feeling. It was very mysterious. Chen Zong also knew that this was the Heart Realm. It was formed by the power of the universe's will. The universe's will was all-encompassing. As long as it was something in the universe, it could evolve it. The mysterious aura was all the aura of the origin of the heart. Yes, that was the power of the origin of the heart. It was evolved by the universe's will. It allowed Chen Zong to directly feel, observe, touch, and comprehend it. It was very beneficial for Chen Zong to comprehend the Tao of Heart. The origin of the heart that appeared in the heart realm had a time limit. Chen Zong was also very clear about this. Therefore, he could not waste any time. He had to make the best use of his time to comprehend it with all his might. The 33 heavens of heart continued to operate. The power of the mind that had been depleted was also constantly recovering. Chunzong immediately activated the 10 intents of Heart Sutra. He comprehended it while recovering the power of the mind, forming a virtuous cycle. He comprehended the origin of the heart so directly that Chunzong's entire body was enveloped by the origin of the heart. It was as if he was immersed in it. The benefits that came from comprehending the origin of the heart so directly were extremely shocking. Even if Chunzong did not take the initiative to comprehend it, he could slowly improve his own Tao of heart. Time passed slowly in the heart realm. Chunzong continued to comprehend. The mysteries of the Tao of heart continued to emerge. There were more and more of them, and they became clearer. Comprehend. Chunzong gradually understood the mistakes and inadequacies that had appeared in his previous comprehension. He corrected and made up for them. Then, he chose a direction. There were still differences in the Tao of heart. What Chunzong had to do was to choose a direction that he liked or was suitable for him. Then, he would master it. In addition, Chunzong also had a tyrannical and superb power of divine intent. Heart and intent were one. The power of the heart and the power of intent could be of the same origin to a certain extent. Heart, intent, sword. They could be one. Unknowingly, Chunzong's comprehension became deeper and more profound. The origin of the heart was constantly being consumed. When the last trace of the origin of the heart was consumed, the heart realm also shattered. Chunzong's figure was revealed. Chapter 2676. The Second Explosion. Heart Realm. Origin of the Heart. It was an additional gift from the will of the universe, a reward for Chunzong for being the first to solve the chess game of heaven's will. It seemed that Chunzong had been meditating in the heart realm for a long time, but to the outside world, it was only a short time. To the will of the universe, the mysteries of time and space were easy to grasp. It was not a big deal at all. In fact, before this, Chunzong had also considered letting the will of the universe help him comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of time and Tao of space. This way, he could truly cultivate and master the boundless sword art and the Tide Dragon sword art. However, Chunzong also knew that even so, he would at most reach a certain level in the time and space Tao. It would most likely be difficult to advance to the level of the heart Tao and the world Tao. If he only meditated on the mysteries of the time and space Tao and mastered the boundless sword technique and the tidal dragon sword technique, it would not be of any help to Chunzong's overall strength. At most, it would increase Chunzong's means to deal with enemies. Rather than that, he might as well choose one of them to specialize in. Heart Tao. That was the great Tao that had accompanied him since he was weak. He could not give it up. Choosing the heart Tao and meditating on the origin of the heart in the heart realm would bring unimaginable benefits to Chunzong. His heart Tao had now surpassed the world Tao. Although it seemed like a long time had passed, it was actually only a breath of time. The second stage also began. In an instant, the outer layer of the universe's secret territory was shaking. It was as if the world was turning upside down, but in fact it seemed that nothing had changed. In everyone's mind, they also received the message from the will of the universe. In the second stage, 6,666 people participated, and there were a total of 64 divine fire fruit. When all 64 divine fire fruits were obtained, it would end and they would enter the third stage. In addition, those who passed the first stage and entered the second stage would keep all their gains in the first stage, except for the divine fire fruit. In other words, after being eliminated in the second stage and leaving, if there were any divine fire fruits, they would drop. As for the other treasures obtained in the first stage, they would not drop. In this way, at least after being eliminated in the second stage, there would still be gains. A terrifying murderous aura swept out, and black light filled the air, filling all directions. The astonishing power quickly condensed. Then, it turned into a huge palm print that emitted black light. The terrifying power destroyed everything and turned everything into powder. Black light giant palm. The ground was pushed by the terrifying palm pressure, cracking and shattering. The air was crushed into countless pieces, as if a vacuum had been shattered. The power of this attack was terrifying to the extreme. However, Chunzong's reaction was also very fast. His figure flashed, and he suddenly raised the boundless world sword. The third level of the sword sharpening technique was directly activated, and 3 times the power poured out. Chop! Star collapse! A beam of sword light carried with it thousands of shining stars. Every star seemed to be on the verge of collapse, releasing an astonishing power as it slashed towards the giant black hand. In an instant, a terrifying aura spread out in all directions, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The black light giant palm was shattered, but there was still a small part of the sword light left. It still carried a terrifying power as it slashed towards black light Marquis. Marquis Blacklight's expression changed slightly. Immediately, his hand, which was covered with a layer of dark flowing light, suddenly reached out and grabbed the sword light. Then, he exerted force in his 5 fingers and a terrifying power erupted in an instant. Accompanied by a series of ear-piercing cracking sounds, the starlight shattered one by one, and the sword chi was crushed. What a terrifying means! In an instant, Black Light Marquis completely activated the power of the acquired Black Light sacred body. In the previous battle, he had not fully activated it. The black light spread out and turned into black lines that covered the body of the Black Light Marquis. Even the skin under his robe could be seen clearly. The black lines gave off a mysterious feeling and seemed to contain an incomparably shocking power. Black Light Marquis's eyes, and his double pupils had turned completely black. The darkness was boundless, like a black abyss that absorbed all light. At a glance, it gave people an indescribable sense of horror. Chen Zong could not help but feel a chill down his spine. Terrifying! It was even more terrifying than his bronze sword body. Die! Black Light Marquis's voice also carried a touch of mystery, and he suddenly struck out with his palm. Black Light Giant Handprint. Compared to before, this Black Light Giant handprint had shrunk by half, but it was surrounded by countless black electric arcs, flickering and jumping, and filled with a terrifying power. It was full of an astonishing aura of destruction, as if it could destroy all life and destroy everything. Its power was more than twice as strong as before, and it was extremely terrifying. The third level of the sword sharpening technique. Star Collapse. It was not that Chen Zong did not use the fourth level of the sword sharpening technique, but that when he was in the third realm, he could only master the first 3 levels of the sword sharpening technique. If he wanted to master the 4th level, he must break through to the 4th realm. Otherwise, the power of this sword would be even more tyrannical. The sword radiance of the collapsing stars once again collided with Chen Zong's black light palm. But in that instant, the black light palm suddenly shook and cracks appeared on its surface. Strands of black electric arcs were shattered, but within Chen Zong's sword radiance, the starlight was shattered one after another and then dissipated. He lost. In the collision of the 2 ultimate skills, the Star Collapse sword had lost. In terms of direct power, the Star Collapse under the 3rd level of the sword sharpening technique was not much inferior. It would not shatter so quickly. The main reason was that the power of the Black Light sacred body was too terrifying. Not only did it condense the Black Light giant handprint several times, but the crushing power contained in it was even more terrifying. Moreover, it could automatically absorb the surrounding power and repair itself. It maintained its power at its peak, which was really terrifying. The Black Light giant handprint blasted toward Chen Zong with monstrous demonic power. He only felt an invisible pressure pressing down on him, and it was extremely heavy, as if it was going to blast him into a bottomless abyss, never to be reincarnated. Strong. Extremely strong. If the Black Light Marquis had erupted with such power before the start of the chess game of destiny, Chernzong would have been defeated, or even eliminated. However, there were no ifs, because this was the tyrannical power that burst forth from Black Light Marquis Black Light Sacred Body. In normal battles, he would not use it. He would only use it when he encountered a really strong enemy. After all, using the power of the Black Light Sacred Body to its full extent would also put a lot of burden on his body. For example, in the third realm of the King Body, it was still difficult to fully exert the power that it should have. At least in the fourth realm, one would be able to fully exert the power of the King Body. As for the Sacred Being, it was even more amazing. At the fourth realm, one still could not fully exert the power of the Sacred Being. At least in the fifth realm. As for the innate Divine Being, it was even more amazing. Only in the sixth realm could one fully exert the power of the innate Divine Being. Of course, even in the third realm, the Sacred Being and the Divine Being could only exert part of the power, but it was still very amazing. Even if it was not the full power, the Black Light Sacred Being that the Black Light Marquis activated at this time was enough to increase his strength greatly. He could not block it. Chernzong was sure that even if he used the Star Collapse again, he would not be able to block it, unless there was a boost from the fourth level of the sword sharpening technique. But obviously not. Taking a deep breath, Chernzong's vigorous and domineering aura was also restrained in an instant. Then, it was as if a gust of wind blew, blowing from the void and into the void. With that gust of wind, Chernzong's robe seemed to flutter slightly. His whole body seemed to become light in an instant, like the reflection of the moon in the water. There was a kind of hazy and dreamy feeling. His body was here, his heart was there. It was as if there was nothing, as if it was real. Black Light Marquis could not help but focus his eyes. He actually felt that it was difficult to grasp Chernzong's position. That kind of aura was too ethereal. It was faintly discernible, neither close nor distant, neither alive nor dead. It was very strange and indescribable. Then you will be the one to verify what I have comprehended in the heart realm. Chernzong's voice sounded, as if it came from the distant void, but also as if it rang directly in Black Light Marquis' ears. The 12 Tao Heart Divine inscriptions suddenly fluctuated. Then, they drew close to each other and condensed into a mark. The aura it emitted became more and more unfathomable. For no reason, Black Light Marquis only felt a chill that could not be suppressed. It grew from the deepest part of his heart and gushed out like spring water. Chernzong's eyes closed slightly, as if there was a touch of clear light flowing through his eyes like water. In an instant, his eyes opened again. The clear light like water also turned into mist and rose in an instant, causing Chernzong's eyes to look a little more hazy. Vaguely, there seemed to be 2 rays of sword light condensing in his eyes. That was the sword light of the Sword of Divine Will. This sword of mine is called idealism. Take it. Chernzong's voice became more and more ethereal. Suddenly, it condensed to the extreme in an instant, as if it was real. Even Chernzong's eyes became incomparably dazzling. They carried an indescribable sharpness, an extreme sharpness that seemed to be able to easily tear the void apart. The moment his voice fell, Chernzong's figure seemed to appear from nothingness. It was as if he had merged into one with the other world. At this point, he was one with his mind and his presence was incomparably strong. It was as if he had become an eternal imprint in this world, never to be erased. The sword in his hand was also swung out. That sword seemed to have used up all of his strength, yet it also seemed to have been casually swung. The bronze sword light was incomparably deep, and then it quickly faded, becoming faintly discernible. Within it, there seemed to be a faint trace of silver light that was almost undetectable. Fast. Extremely fast, indescribably fast, just as Chen Zong swung his sword. Chapter 2677. Third update. In the heart realm, Chen Zong directly comprehended the origin of the heart. From it, he comprehended the three mysteries of the way of the heart, which represented the three directions of the way of the heart. The first level was unparalleled scheming. Sensing and grasping everything in the surroundings, it was as if one was playing a game of chess. Even though it wasn't very powerful, its advantage lay in the fact that it was flawless. Grasping the rhythm, one could bring the opponent's interference into one's own rhythm. The second level was to stimulate and strengthen the opponent's inner emotions, making the opponent sad, happy, angry, or fearful. Then, the opponent would lose control of his own power and seize the opportunity to kill. When it reached the extreme, it would make the opponent fall into the 7 emotions and 6 desires, unable to extricate himself and eventually become crazy. The third level was to strengthen one's own belief. The stronger the heart, the stronger the person, and the stronger the sword. With the support of the belief in the heart, the sword would be faster, sharper, and invincible. The 3 levels represented 3 different directions, and there was no distinction between the top and bottom. Of course, if one wanted to truly comprehend and grasp the Tao of the heart, one could not let go of any of the 3 directions. However, at the current stage, Chen Zong chose to comprehend and grasp one of them first. After that, he would slowly improve until it was complete. Among the 3 directions, Chen Zong planned to choose the mystery of unparalleled calculation, like playing chess. However, on second thought, he had the help of the Heart Sutra, so to a certain extent, he could also perceive the layout. In the end, Chen Zong chose to strengthen his belief with his mind without hesitation and strengthen his own mystery. The power of the sword that Chen Zong used just now was increased to a shocking level under the amazing increase of his mind's belief. It was faster, stronger, and sharper. Even though Blacklight Marquis Blacklight Holy Body was very strong and his defense was amazing, he could not block Chen Zong's sword attack. If he could not dodge or block it, the result would be death. It should be noted that Chen Zong used the Boundless World sword to perform the idealistic sword. There was no additional increase, nor did he use the sword sharpening technique. However, the power of this sword was stronger than the star collapse that was enhanced by the Boundless World sword and the third level of the sword sharpening technique. Of course, in terms of grade, the idealistic sword was still at the level of a star-level unique skill, but it was stronger and close to a moon-level unique skill. Besides, this child can actually condense a Tao seal. An expert was astonished. Although it was only temporarily condensed, when he attacked just now, it was indeed a Tao seal. Another expert nodded. What an amazing talent! The third realm was to comprehend the great Tao. The representation of entry was to condense Tao patterns. 9 was the limit. Surpassing 9 Tao patterns was the extreme realm. 12 Tao patterns was the super extreme realm. That was the true limit. What about after that? How to improve it? After the 4th realm, the Tao pattern would condense and turn into a Tao seal. If the third realm's comprehension and mastery of Tao patterns was considered the entry stage of comprehending the Great Tao, then condensing the Tao seal would be the small success stage of the Great Tao. The difference between novice and lesser mastery was obvious. If one wanted to break through from the third realm to the 4th realm, the primordial spirit was the first prerequisite. Following that was the condensation of the Tao pattern, which was the condensation of the Tao pattern into a Tao seal. The third prerequisite was the transformation of the cultivation level. Divine form origin restoration was the easiest. After the primordial spirit returned to its original state, once one successfully condensed the Tao seal, it would lead to a change in one's cultivation strength and ultimately lead to a breakthrough. Although Chen Zong had not truly condensed the Tao seal, he could temporarily condense it and increase its power in an instant. This was also the enhancement of the heart's conviction. In addition, Chen Zong's sword also integrated the power of the divine will into the attack. The third realm of divine will condensation was like a sword, integrated into the sword of idealism and could directly attack the opponent's divine will. Although Black Light Marquis had the Black Light sacred body and his divine will had been elevated to the second realm of divine will brilliance, it was still difficult for him to resist Chen Zong's sword. In the end, he was killed. After killing Black Light Marquis, Chen Zong also replaced him in the ranking and directly ranked 6th on the Divine Generals list. This kind of improvement was simply shocking and unbelievable. Moreover, the divine flame fruit that Black Light Marquis had snatched from Chen Xiu was also taken by Chen Zong. Unfortunately, there was only one fruit, because Black Light Marquis's luck was not good and did not get any other divine flame fruit. 6th. He's already in the top 10. Shocking. Whether it was the people from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court or the Trade Winds Tower, they were all shocked. After the shock, the people from the Taoist Alliance were extremely excited, while the others from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court were envious and secretly jealous, especially Ao Wu of the Primordial. He was the one who had made an exception to recruit Chen Zong into the Primordial. Later, because Chen Zong's performance was not satisfactory, he personally expelled Chen Zong and deliberately made things difficult for Chen Zong out of anger. To a certain extent, it could be said that he had formed a grudge with Chen Zong. After that, Chen Zong rose step by step, and Ao Wu felt more and more upset. When he first learned that Chen Zong was ranked on the Divine Generals list, Ao Wu's vision turned black. Now, the bitterness in his heart was even more indescribable. Now, whenever he thought of the past, his heart would be throbbing with pain. If he had persevered and not expelled Chen Zong back then, as the one who had made an exception to recruit Chen Zong, he would be in limitless glory now. He would even receive great rewards from the higher-up. Whether it was his identity or his status, he would definitely be extraordinary. Even taking a step back, if he hadn't behaved like that and deliberately made things difficult for Chen Zong when he was ordered to expel Chen Zong, it would still be fine. But now, he was no longer valued in the Primordial and had been vaguely marginalized. Short-sighted. Such adjectives were used to describe him. Although he was acting under orders back then, he was the one who had made an exception to recruit and expel Chen Zong. Not only did he expel Chen Zong, he even made things difficult for Chen Zong. He didn't pay any attention to Ao Wu. He was like an invisible person, and no one cared about his emotions. Even when Chen Zong returned, he didn't cause any trouble for Ao Wu, because he had long forgotten about him. It was just a matter of making things difficult for Ao Wu. Chen Zong couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Ao Wu. Under the power of the powerful elixir and his own ability, Chen Xiu's crushed calf bone was also restored. "You're really a little pitiful." Chen Zong laughed. "My skills are not as good as others." Chen Xiu also smiled slightly, without the slightest embarrassment, and admitted it very directly. During the conversation, the two of them also exchanged cultivation memories, especially memories of swordsmanship. Of course, now that they were comparing, Chen Zong was better than Chen Xiu, but that didn't mean that Chen Xiu's swordsmanship wasn't good enough. It had its strengths, and it was also quite beneficial to Chen Zong. Each of them had their own Tao. Then, Chen Xiu turned and left, without the slightest intention of going with Chen Zong. It couldn't be helped. Although Chen Xiu was a doppelganger condensed by Chen Zong, he had developed into an independent individual with his own emotions and experiences, which was equivalent to a complete person. Of course, he also had his own pride. Seeing Chen Xiu leave, Chen Zong didn't stop him. Instead, he smiled. With his own memories of swordsmanship, Chen Xiu's strength would be more powerful, and he might even have a chance to pass the second stage and enter the third stage. As for the war demon, Chernzong was actually very curious. The true disciple of the eternal battle fort in the north, who came from the same void as him, had an average performance at the beginning, but he didn't know why he kept improving, and he was even listed on the Divine General list. Now, he had passed the first stage and entered the second stage. It had to be said that the war demon was indeed very capable. Of course, he was also very lucky. Of course, Chernzong was happy that the war demon was so outstanding. With a move, Chernzong turned into a wisp of smoke and flew away quickly, searching for treasures as he flew. Chernzong found that the vitality of the universe in the second stage of the universe secret land was more than twice as majestic and pure. Moreover, the treasures that appeared here were obviously of higher quality than in the first stage. Chernzong found many treasures of great value that could be used by Fifth Realm kings. Naturally, these were all collected by Chernzong. Immediately, the will of the universe transmitted a thought that the first flame god fruit had been found. This was the flame god fruit in the second stage. Chernzong's figure flashed, and he immediately flew in the direction of the flame god fruit. He didn't do this before because he wasn't strong enough to compete with others, and it would be a waste of time. However, it was different now. Chernzong's strength was many times stronger than before. Even Black Light Marquis, who was ranked 6th on the Divine General list, was killed by Chernzong and replaced. Therefore, Chernzong wasn't afraid of the top 5 masters on the Divine General list. He could fight with them. In that case, of course, he had to compete. Chernzong's speed was much faster than before. Soon, Chernzong saw a flash of orange light. He quickly approached and saw that it was an orange flame. It was burning fiercely, but he couldn't feel the slightest heat. In the orange flame, there was an orange flame-shaped fruit. Flame God fruit. It was a flame god fruit, but it was different from the flame god fruit in the first stage. The 2 god flame fruits that Chernzong had obtained were both scarlet red, and the flames they emitted were also scarlet red. However, what he saw now was orange, and even the god flame fruit itself was orange. Could it be a different flame god fruit? Chernzong didn't know enough about the flame god fruit, so he couldn't make any judgment. However, since it was a flame god fruit, it was fine. He reached out and directly grabbed the flame god fruit. Stop! A violent shout rang out with shocking coldness. In an instant, a ray of light tore through the sky, condensing astonishing power and killing intent, and mercilessly attacked. However, Chernzong grabbed the flame god fruit with one hand. It seemed slow and fleeting, but it was extremely mysterious. He immediately reached into the orange flame, grabbed the flame god fruit, and quickly put it back into the 9 heavenly rings. Then, Chernzong put his fingers together like a sword and pointed forward. A ray of bronze sword light burst out. It seemed simple, but it contained terrifying power. It should be known that the mountain-crushing sword energy's power was extremely shocking and terrifying. Chernzong directly shattered the opponent's attack. In a flash, he immediately approached the opponent. The opponent's expression suddenly changed. Chernzong. He had killed Chernzong, the Black Light Marquis who was ranked 6th on the Divine General list. Such strength was not something that he could fight against. Run. Unfortunately, Chernzong's sword had already been unsheathed. It pierced through the air. Idealism. Chernzong did not activate this sword with all his strength. Therefore, he did not condense the Heart Dao pattern into a Dao seal, but its power was still very terrifying. Chapter 2678. Today's outburst of 12,000 words has ended. Can I ask for a wave of monthly votes? With the fire god fruits in hand, Chernzong had accumulated 4 of them and immediately became the target of many people. Originally, in the first stage, there were only 81 fire god fruits, and Chunzong obtained 2 of them. In the second stage, there were 64 fire god fruits, and Chunzong obtained another one, as well as one from killing the Black Light Marquis, so he had a total of 4 fire god fruit. Whoever killed Chunzong would be able to obtain 4 fire god fruits at once. It was very shocking. Who would not be tempted? It was only because they were not strong enough. The 6th on the Divine General Leaderboard was definitely not weak. Without the strength of the top 10, meeting Chunzong was a dead end. Of course, there were also those who were not afraid of Chunzong, such as the few people who were rushing over. One of them was the former 9th on the Divine General Leaderboard, who was now 4th on the Divine General Leaderboard, Emoma. Emoma had an innate godly body and was very powerful. Before entering the universe secret territory, he only challenged the 9th on the Divine General Leaderboard, but that was not his limit. Now, not long ago, he defeated and killed the 4th on the Divine General Leaderboard because of the Fire God fruits and replaced him. He could not avoid it. Emoma's speed was very fast, and he immediately caught up. Like a purple light, he swept across the sky with an indescribable brilliance. A terrifying aura locked onto Chunzong from afar, and Chunzong's expression became stern. Very strong. That aura was very domineering, and it made him feel an indescribable sense of horror. It was very scary, as if there was an innate suppression. Even the Black Light Marquis could not give him this kind of suppression. Soon, that purple light appeared in front of Chunzong. A figure appeared in the purple light, and his feet were suspended in the air. He could actually fly like a 4th realm powerhouse. However, the person in front of him was a 3rd realm powerhouse. Emoma. The moment Chunzong saw him, he knew his identity and ranking on the Divine General Leaderboard. He was a rising star who had entered the Divine General ranking not long ago. Now, he was ranked 4th on the Divine General ranking, which was terrifying. More importantly, he had an innate divine body. Black Light Marquis' saintly body was not an innate saintly body, but an acquired one. It was somewhat different from an innate saintly body. However, Lima had a true innate divine body. The invisible pressure directly swept over Chunzong, making it hard for him to breathe. Emoma looked very young. His body was thin and his appearance was ordinary. However, his eyes were extremely bright. He also had double pupils, but there was a hint of purple in his double pupils. You have 4 divine flame fruits. I don't want more, just 3. Emoma's voice was filled with an indescribable heat. Hearing this, Chunzong laughed. He had a total of 4 divine flame fruits, and the other party wanted 2 of them right off the bat. How impolite. I'd like to see the power of the innate divine body, Chunzong replied unhurriedly. Then I'll let you have a taste. Emoma smiled coldly. His eyes flashed with purple light and his body moved. He immediately burst out with an astonishing speed and approached Chunzong again. Endless purple light condensed at his fingertips and then shot out. A purple chi strength that was condensed to the extreme erupted in an instant. It carried an extremely terrifying divine power, as if it could pierce through everything between heaven and earth. It shot out with invincibility. Chunzong did not dodge. He unsheathed his sword and immediately attacked. The moment the sword light and the purple light collided, the sword light immediately shattered, but the purple light continued to attack. Chunzong could clearly feel the power condensed within the purple finger force. It was incomparably solid, overbearing, and incomparably powerful. After shattering the sword light, Chunzong continued to attack mercilessly. He was tyrannical and direct. Chunzong attacked again. The sword light shone brightly and was incomparably overbearing. After 3 consecutive attacks, he finally shattered the purple light finger force. However, the sword trembled and he retreated more than 10 meters. Strong. That power was really too strong. Even if Emoma did not fully activate the power of the innate divine body, the power cultivated by the innate divine body was still very terrifying. Although Chen Zong was repelled, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he was excited. In the previous battle with Black Light Marquis, he did use 100% of his strength. He benefited from the reward of being the first to successfully solve the chess game of Heaven's will. The gift of the will of the universe allowed his comprehension of the way of the heart to reach an amazing level. However, Emoma's power was much stronger than Black Light Marquis. Sure enough, the power of the innate divine body and the acquired sacred body were on two different levels. Perhaps Emoma's strength was not only fourth on the divine general list. However, no matter what rank he was on the divine general list, Chen Zong was not afraid and could fight. In an instant, Chen Zong activated the bronze sword body with all his strength. The bronze divine runes spread out and covered his body. A vigorous and ancient aura also spread out. It was extremely overbearing. Under the influence of the fully activated bronze sword body, Chen Zong's mountain-crushing sword energy also became more and more overbearing. Sword. World Sword Art. The sword broke through the air and was extremely overbearing, directly attacking Emoma. Emoma's expression did not change. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist as he slowly pulled it back. It was as though a bowstring had been drawn, and a shocking power was condensed within it. Emoma's eyes seemed to be a little more solemn. Boom! A punch blasted out like a huge crossbow arrow breaking through the air. It pierced through the vacuum and shattered everything. The terrifying purple fist force shattered everything. Its power was unparalleled. The power of that punch was much stronger than the previous finger. Chen Zong's expression was extremely solemn. He activated the mountain-crushing sword energy with all his strength and broke out an even more amazing power. World Sword Art. Slash. The extremely overbearing sword slashed out, as if it was cutting through the void. It carried an astonishing, overbearing divine power. Chen Zong waved his sword again and again. Unknowingly, the accumulation of the chessboard of Heaven's will had been integrated into it. Emoma's figure didn't move. Whether it was a fist, a finger, or a palm, he blasted out continuously with astonishing purple divine light. The power of each strike was extremely tyrannical and incomparably terrifying. He forcefully blocked Chen Zong's sword attacks. Chen Zong not only could perform the World Sword Art, but also the Heart Sword Art. The two powerful sword arts were performed alternately, which brought a greater threat to Emoma. However, it was difficult to shake him. Suddenly, countless sword light flashed in Chen Zong's eyes. Countless mysteries of the sword crisscrossed in them. A kind of enlightenment also emerged in an instant. World Sword Art. Slash. The sword light of this sword became more and more dazzling and overbearing. The aura more than doubled. Emoma's expression changed unconsciously. The purple divine light was broken, and he was forced to retreat. It was the first time he was forced to retreat. Breakthrough. Chen Zong's World Sword Art finally made a breakthrough after absorbing and integrating the mysteries accumulated when he cracked the chessboard of Heaven's will. After exchanging memories of swordsmanship with Chen Xiu and a fierce battle with Emoma, it rose from the level of a low-grade unique skill to a middle-grade unique skill. The difference between low-grade and middle-grade star level was twice as big. The double increase in power was very obvious. Not only did the World Sword Art have a breakthrough, but the Heart Sword Art had also made a breakthrough and reached the level of a middle-grade unique skill. Strong. There was a loud rumble and purple light erupted from Emoma's body like a raging flame. Layers of purple light turned into ripples that spread out in all directions. As the void trembled, the ground began to crack. Unparalleled divine power. Emoma activated the power of the innate divine body. The astonishing power was completely released. The purple light was like fire and turned into a purple sun, exuding an unparalleled divine power. Purple sun divine body. The innate divine physique that Emoma grasped was called the Purple Sun Divine Physique. The power cultivated by the Purple Sun Divine Physique was the Purple Sun Divine Power. When fully activated, the power was astonishing to the extreme and incomparably terrifying. Under the impetus of the Purple Sun Divine Power, the power of each attack increased explosively by a lot. Pressure. Chunzong only felt that the pressure he faced increased sharply and was much stronger than before. Was this the divine power of the innate divine body? Just the pressure of the divine power alone made him feel extremely pressured and restrained. If it was an expert below the top 10 on the divine general list, facing such divine power suppression, it would probably be difficult for them to exert much of their strength. Even those who were ranked lower would not even have the strength to fight in the face of such divine power suppression. Victory without a fight. However, although the divine power was very strong and brought a lot of pressure to Chunzong, it was impossible to make Chunzong yield. Bronze Sword Body was fully activated and Chunzong resisted the divine power suppression of the Purple Sun Divine Body. Take another punch from me. Emoma smiled coldly and the Purple Sun Divine light around his body suddenly soared. He suddenly clenched his fist and the void trembled. Endless airflow swirled around like a howling gale. In an instant, endless Purple Sun Divine light condensed in his hand. That was the convergence of the Purple Sun Divine Power. Boom! A punch suddenly blasted out, bringing with it an extremely terrifying divine might. It directly blasted towards Chunzong as if it could shatter everything. It was extremely overbearing and incomparable, as if it was earth-shattering. Compared to Black Light Marquis's Black Light palm print, the power of this punch was even more tyrannical. Chunzong looked solemn and activated the third level of the sword sharpening technique. He slashed out with his sword and the sword light turned into a star-like round, bursting out with incomparably dazzling light. However, the starlight was directly shattered by the punch and the purple light fist print seemed to have pierced through the void. Chunzong's expression turned solemn. The starry sky collapsed and seemed to have no power to resist. The punch was still brazenly heading towards him, and its power was incomparably strong. He slashed out with his sword again and a tyrannical power erupted, directly slashing at the purple light fist print. Chunzong immediately felt a monstrous divine power bombarding him head-on. The sword body trembled violently and the power passed through the bombardment and directly pushed Chunzong hundreds of meters away. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. However, the power of the purple light fist print was incomparably condensed and did not consume much of it. Chunzong stamped his feet on the ground and held the boundless world sword with both hands, constantly bursting out with astonishing power to resist. Immediately, the muscles all over his body trembled and surged towards his arms like a tide. His muscles swelled and his power spread out. Chunzong looked solemn and gritted his teeth. He had already erupted with all his strength and suddenly shook the sword body. In an instant, the purple light fist print was forcefully shifted and bombarded past him. The astonishing power shocked Chunzong. Boom! The purple light fist print blasted past Chunzong and hit the ground hundreds of meters behind him. Suddenly, it broke open a several hundred-meter-long scratch and then exploded. Endless purple light exploded and shook the earth and mountains, covering a radius of dozens of meters. When the purple light disappeared, a several-meter-deep pit appeared, exuding a terrifying and scorching aura. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.